All right, what is up, everybody? We are back with some more Etheria Restart. Hope you guys are doing all right today, man. We got nothing crazy really going on today. Just kind of grinding. Just checking in with you guys, seeing how you guys Union War was going since this is the first day. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. I was like considering streaming my Union versus Union, but it was just not worth. All you guys would have seen was us beat this guild really bad in like 5 minutes. It just wasn't worth streaming. But hey, here we are, right? So we could talk about that. But yeah, guys, we are streaming on YouTube and Twitch. So definitely make sure that you guys like the stream so we can get some more people in here. But yeah, man. Let's see what's going on in the chat. Yo, what's up, Ryan? What's good, Irene? What's good, G? How you doing, fam? What's good, old boy? He said, "Cook out, my man." I'm dead. Yo, what's good? What's good, Renish? How you doing, fam? Yo, what's up, Gummy? Yo, Lack Beats. What's up, fam? Yajiro. What's good, fam? Wait, is that Yajiro? Why does that even sound familiar? Why does that sound? That sounds like a character from like Baki or something. Maybe I'm tripping, but but either way, man, appreciate y'all for being here. But yeah, what you guys got going on today, man? Because I know I'm doing the same old thing. Like, that's it, man. Yo, what's good, Shion? How you doing, fam? It's Yujiro. Oh, okay. I was like, it sounds familiar. Yeah, you're right. It is Yujiro. It is Yujiro. You said, why are people treating your YouTube comments like the feedback section for devs? I mean, I don't know. I mean, I tell people all the time to like message me stuff personally because it's just more constructive for me to be able to just send it like directly to them. But I mean, that's just comment sections really, especially if you're a guide maker. It's just how it is. You said, have you did stage 42? No, I stopped where I stopped last stream, which was what, 39? So I stopped at 39. He said, bro, I think people should stop focusing on SSR and start leveling more SRs. Well, that's the problem. If we're being honest, somebody was like, that's somebody. I was like, dude, you got to do this with your team. I'm like, wait, bro, what are you talking about? I'm like, what? He's like, what did he say? He said, you do know Halloween is best in slot, right? And I'm like, are you gonna give me them resources to make a Halloween? Because like, dog, it's kind of, you know, I'm pretty sure I know that, but it's expensive, you know. You said I just love work, so I have a 10-hour drive home. Damn, 10 hours. Wait, are you changing locations for your next site? Yo, what's good, Dark? How you doing, fam? It's like I got past Sharon and Bertrand today. Said at Boss 42 now. Oh, okay. Yeah, I gotta push it, man. I just like, what was I doing today? I did, it was kind of like autoing stuff, but then there's guys outside my apartment. They're like painting and doing all this crazy stuff. So yeah, it's like, you said fit on point today. I'm dead, bro. Not even. This is just a shirt. I don't know, man. Like, I usually have gym clothes on. Like, I just wear whatever. Like, I don't be caring, because I go to the gym and then that's that, right? But I appreciate that though, Captain. I appreciate that, fam. He said shows the fit, bro. It's nothing to show. I have no shoes on. I mean, I do got pants on though. But it's not. I don't feel like a fit check moment yet. I need to get the fresh shave and all that for a fit check moment, you know. Yo, what's good, Hetty? How you doing, bro? You said you said I put a class, upgraded my Jating a bit, upgraded my Chloros a bit for Terra, and now I'm getting there on Shadow Flame Hoyan. So I'm way behind on progression, but I'm getting there, my man. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, man. Like we were talking about last stream, like, bro, it took, and a lot of like other games that are similar to this, it took a couple months actually for players to get to certain points. But right now, what me and Cyan are actually trying to do, we're trying to actually work on like a whole new system So we kind of sent some of that stuff over to the devs today. But we're trying to get a whole new system implemented into the game that actually can help players a lot more. Like, to be honest, just to give them more like guidance, and really honestly, not even just guidance, but help as they're trying to push throughout certain content. Because I think the hyperlink charter is like, okay, it needs a lot of work, I think, if it's going to be like what you use as your general basis for guiding characters, or characters guiding players. So it works, but it kind of doesn't at the same time. Like, it's a really weird thing. Like, it works, but it doesn't, because I think it doesn't really emphasize like farming at all, and it doesn't really reward you with things that like give you more of what you need, like gear, things like that. Like, it doesn't really do that. Like, you get like that one piece, but that's not really doing much, like, to be real with you. Like, it's not really doing much. So that's just kind of that. Yo, what's good, Cat? How you doing, fam? You said, would you prefer crit rate attack, or crit rate crit damage on the team? Depends on who I'm pairing him with, really, to be honest. It really depends. The ratio ends up like basically being the same on his own, but like if he's with someone that can give him more crit damage, I try to still have a certain percentage, but it also depends on if you're hitting a marked target or not too. So if you're not hitting a marked target, you need to have more crit rate. If you're hitting a marked target, then you don't have to have a crazy amount. So it's like kind of depends on the run. So I usually just run them with crit rate on them anyway, just because. But no, I'm lying. I do a crit rate crit damage right now, but I have enough from subs to make up for it, I guess. So there's that. He said, I tried to match the progression of YouTubers the first week, but realized I didn't have nearly enough time to try that hard. Yeah, it's a lot of time. Yeah, a lot of the time, like half of the battle is just sitting here, just tweaking stuff, right? Like it's like even this, right? Me being able to sit and do this now, and this is what I was talking about earlier in my my video, like having it set up like this, like I have all my characters with their own gear, right? Their own gear. The team has his own gear, Freya, Holden, Klaas, Lily. And I think the problem is that everybody is like, they're trying to lock in mythics to the point where they don't have any other gear on their characters or any other pet on their character. So they're like the gear swapping is okay. But the problem is that the game isn't designed for that. Like, if that makes sense, like gear swapping, it's like you can do it, but the game isn't designed for that. So like when you go into, which again, I can confirm for those that haven't done Union versus Union, if you don't have gear on a character, like what are you doing? You can't use them, you know? So like, that's kind of the thing. It's like, really for what it's worth, it's like you're doing more justice for your account across the board, even if you have an epic pet on the person and it's not their mythic. The thing is that epic pets literally can still get you to like the generalized baselines for you need all the way up until like hell 3. So like not building them to only focus mythics is kind of crazy. And then the thing is that like that's kind of what players are running into. They're running into that issue, and literally it's like a 2-to-1 ratio. So like you could build like and not even just 2-to-1 ratio. It's like build 2 epics and then roll speed on them. And you can get a 12 to 14 roll and still save and have more more training data than if you tried to level up, max awaken mythic, and then try to roll the passive effects. Like, it's straight trolling casuals, because like the only people that are really doing that are the spenders, because they also can get packs every week too that also contribute to that quantity of training data that they have. So it's like between max refilling, then they're at like higher intervals. So the wells that's like, oh, I need this to farm that. Oh, I'm gonna go get it. So now they're farming at much higher intervals too. So it's like it's just not feasible for a casual. So that's what I like I was trying to explain to somebody earlier with the whole series. Is like, I'm not trying to use it, doesn't like, because they're like, oh, well, you use the Ramoka and a Klaas. I'm like, well, bro, I'm like, right now everybody's telling me that Shieda's better. I mean, I don't know. Like, is Shieda better or not? Like, You know, so I like that's the thing. So I'm like, it's variations to the teams, and there's other teams like even like I think the first like week, there were people that was going up into Hell 3, Hell 4 with like Ling Lao Rahu combos, and like they just would like take it forever. It might have been like a 4 or 5 minute run, but they was getting the clear. Like that's all that really matters. And I'm not gonna lie, when I really think back to a lot of older like a lot of games I played when they first dropped, my runs were typically like 4 or 5 minutes. I remember that like kind of low-key being a thing just generally. So it's like you eventually got to that point. Yo, dangerously decent. Appreciate you for the sub with the Prime, fam. You said who's Golden Lion best in slot for? Nobody right now. It's bugged as hell. I don't know what's wrong with Golden Lion. Golden Lion is kind of bugged right now, so I wouldn't even bother personally. What's good, Bless? How you doing, fam? You said I wanted them to attack my node, and I'm literally the first node. Oh, is that the one? Is that the only one that got hit? I was like, bro, wait. Did anybody hit anything else? Cause no, this is I didn't even feel like I felt so bad. I was like, bro, this is just straight. Yeah, dog. Like, come on. like, dog. Just no. Like, this is no. This is just straight abuse, bro. This just felt bad. And then the bots weren't even like strong either. I was like, okay. So I just like messing around. And I put my just my Messiah in there with like 2 unleveled units, and I was like, I don't know, man. I was like, this is kind of messed up. This is kind of messed up. You said just got Lily from the free summon. Should I prioritize her or Kazuyo for Inferno? Inferno what? You said appreciate the coverage of the game, man. Yo, no, I appreciate that dangerously. I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, nah, honestly, we're trying to just make the game better. So, like I said, like right now we're kind of just presented a document to the devs, so we're waiting for them to review it. That's actually what I spent some of my morning typing out, so that I could send that over to them at least ahead of time. So by the time they actually see it, they can see it at least before the weekend. You said you both were putting 3 supports in your vid. So if I lose it. Oh, did you see that? Bro, yeah, I was wilding. I was like, yeah, I kind of got scared for a second. I was like, oh, if I lose this one, I don't think I'll be able to show my face on my channel anymore. No, like that was kind of scary. You said Epic Shell drops and Inferno feel bad. I'm trying to think. Well, I don't know, man. I mean, if you're farming Inferno, I mean, I think what it really is for me, like I'm trying to see like at this point the purpose of it, right? The only thing I can think of is like extra trading data. Like really? At this point? Because if they do, okay, let's say they take epics out, the only thing I could think of them doing is like maybe making it to where it's like guaranteed to be like if you're farming Inferno, there's at least 1 drop. That's always like, and it's always 1 drop though. It's never more than that. So yeah, that is kind of like, I think, how can I put it? Okay, so here's the dilemma of where we're at in the game, right? And we're at that point in the game where like, and this is like what I've noticed traditionally that happens in these types of games. We're at the point in the game where they have to do, they have the stuff set up a certain way to kind of slow us down. That's really what it is. If I'm being 100% honest, that's at least what I think it is. Because like, to be real, if I look at every game that kind of comes out like that, usually you're not doing the hardest mode in 2 weeks, and then on top of that, drops typically get updated later down the line. Like they don't ever start out with like the best of the best or the more optimal drops. Like drops usually get better like the longer the game is out. So that's kind of like one of those things where I'm like, damn, like I don't even know what to really do about that, because it's always been, I've always seen games do it like that. And then like progressively over time it gets better. Yeah, I don't really know. Yeah, I don't really know so much about what could be done for like that early, because it's also like still early. So I'm like, I don't know. I don't know if it should be just like 100% just you just get mythics all day. But I mean, I get the sentiment for it. He said maybe implement training data as a reward from non-shell dungeon encounters. But to be honest, we need time as well to farm, at least have something to do. Well, that's the thing that like, that's why I said it's kind of like the resources, like the resource yield is kind of all over the place. Cause like you really wouldn't really get, for example, like if you're looking at like, let's say you're doing, Animus XP, right? Like I think we can all agree Animus EXP is like pretty horrible for like, for what it's worth. Like it's like you can get EXP, but like, yeah, nah. Like you could do 10 runs and then maybe get a you might get a Animus prototype. I guess there's that. So that's that. You said, did anyone find out if it's safe to move gear off defense teams on Union versus Union? Bro, when I looked, yeah, my units, I'm almost certain you can't take them off. I'm almost certain you can't take them off. That's why I started giving everybody their own. He said, I mean, we do get training data from events, but we can't get those unless we skip on something else. Well, the thing that I just pushed to the devs was like, somebody actually brought it up the other day, and I was like, it's a pretty valid point, is complete events, right? So as of right now, we don't have complete events. We have events with mad RNG, right? So like this event, like I was thinking about it. Okay, let's say, which is kind of like, it's like kind of like double-edged sword, because it's like, it's not bad, but it's also not good at the same time, right? So like when you're doing the Chalky Adventures, right? My next 3 items, I landed on a panel that said my next 3 item rewards will be replaced with Hydra Crystals. So I'm like, okay, well, getting more Hydra Crystals isn't a bad thing. But then you're like, wait, I have a exchange shop. I hit that damn point twice today alone. So if I'm looking at accumulation of in a 7-day period of me being able to clear out everything, Joe don't say. I don't know, right? So I think that it just needs to be standard that like if you're participating in the event every single day, you should be able to build up enough currency to at least buy the things that have a capacity on them, right? Yeah, so that literally means no tokens is what it really is, right? So granted, it's like, yeah, I'm getting Hydra Crystals. So that's why I said it's not like it's like oh, all bad, because I am getting something, but it also is counterintuitive to the event itself. So I think that that's the thing. You said, I mean, the devs obviously want us to get comfortable with gambling in these events. So it's all about making us invested in these events, trying to maximize random resources, etc. to get you thinking about the game more. Said my theory anyway. Well, I mean, you can't really think about stuff that like is random. Like if I like, for example, there's nothing on here that's gonna guarantee like I do something, right? Like if I hit that go button, it's just full sending in whatever random number I get, right? I have zero control over that. So it's like for events like this, I think that it just should be standard. Like it's not so much about the overabundance. I think you can still have your RNG element and there still be those extra things. Like if you land on that shop, you still can get like more stamina or something like that. Like, hey brother, you didn't land on that point. So like, hey, that's RNG. You can't get that extra bonus, but it shouldn't hinder your currency for the shop. Like that's the only thing I'm getting at. Like that should be, no matter what, at least for the things that are capped, if you participate in that full window, you can get them. You say you can't even pay to win it too. Yeah, I mean, I've seen some games do stuff like that where they'll like let you buy like extra currency if you want to. That's a pretty standard practice. I have seen it before, but even then, those are sometimes things that get implemented when the event has like in Dislight when we had it over there, they basically let you buy extra currency because it was like a character that was a part of the event. So like if you wanted more dupes from the gacha system, you had the ability to buy, but free to play, it was standard that you could get up to, I think it was like the base copy and like I think maybe 2 extra copies or a copy. So I think that was like it had a reason at least. So it like made sense because it was like, okay, at least like I know free to play, I can get that, and I can't even be mad if a well wants to go and buy extra points for that. They can't add something like, hey, here's extra points, but then free to play can't even clear like the base event really. You know what I mean? Like, so it would have to be like some extra, and it's like, okay, if you want, you can get extra points and I don't know, get more Etheria coin or whatever other items they want to do, right? But at least like this base stuff, the shadow print, the lattice, you know, the orange shadow print, the anima prototype, the stabilizers, the hydra crystals, purple shadow prints, those should be standard for you to just be able to make sure you get within that event window. You said, I see there's a shop. To me, they don't want us to get everything. It's about the FOMO, seeing unearned event items. So I do like the devs, but monetization isn't always handled by the same people developing the game, you know? Yeah, that's true. But I also think that that's something that like it needs to be, somebody has to say it, right? Like I like, again, like I told you guys, my method isn't necessarily me making videos. I create spreadsheets and I make entire documents and I send that over to them because I like to get things implemented into the game. So like even with a lot of the changes that they have over on Dislight, that came from me making documents, like not from me screaming. Like, and it's crazy because they implemented a lot of stuff after I left. But a lot of stuff came from like, and people were coming back and telling me like, hey, they implemented that and you have been telling them to do that for I'm like, okay, yeah, that's kind of I'm like, it's kind of cool they did it, but kind of sucks that you do it after people leave. Like you want to make sure that like, even if, right, you're not gonna do like, because I get it, they're like, these things do take time. It's not as simple as, hey, let's just go and just add this, right? Because there is a conversation that needs to happen because it is still a business at the end of the day. And that's what I'm trying to get people in the community to also understand too, is like whatever issues you guys present, there's always a meeting that has to happen. Sometimes they're emergency meetings, sometimes they're prioritizing other things, wherever it may be. But they have to deliberate that with whoever the publishers are versus what the dev teams want. And a lot of the times developers usually want what players want. It's the pushback they usually get from above them that sometimes puts the kind of puts kind of ties their hands, really is what it is, right? It ties their hands, and so now they have to they got to implement certain things that they don't really care for, or they don't really feel like it's going to be beneficial to the game, and it's because they already did another thing. So you said, yo, what's good, Isam? How you doing, fam? You said it's an adjustment not being able to clear out the shop in these events. We said where most gachas you can clear out the store. Yeah, I think that's something that absolutely needs to be added. That's why I already sent them. I already told. Yo, Crazy Flow, appreciate you for the sub with the Prime, fam. You said, is the guild battle done? Bro, we have like almost 5,000 points in our guild battle. Like, there's nothing to look at. you can go in there. You want to go in there and see? You want to see what we did? Because, I mean, it's abuse. Yeah, bro. It's over, brother. I mean, it's cooked. You say, wait, you didn't get to attack? Yo, I think what it is because it is it's actually overcooked, right? But normally, I guess in a normal scenario, we're supposed to be losing to some teams. But I think if we don't lose, then we just kind of like we end up having extra whatchamacallit, extra entries. It's like, bro, you might get banned from Twitch if you show that kind of abuse on the stream. Bro, yeah, this is bad. Like, yeah, that's what we did. This is what we did in like the first hour. Like, just straight up. Like, you just went in there and was like, all right, cool. And most of the nodes were dead bots. Like, a lot of them, like the ones in the middle were like actual players, but these were bots. for sure. Like this guy was actually a player. This one is actually a player. Their strongest person I think was right here, GNU. That was the strongest person in their union. And yeah, it was somebody lose. Oh, somebody actually lost. Imagine. You said I was busy at work and log in to check it and you guys finish it. Hey, you said it got folded. Bro, yeah, as soon as I seen my character outspeed him, I was like, damn. I felt bad though. It was like, I think we only literally only had one node attacked. I think yeah, because they only scored 10 points. So yeah, that's how it kind of goes. You said my guild was pretty evenly matched in investment, but we have more people. Oh, okay, fair. Yeah, I kind of get it though with the matchmaking right now because everybody's not ranked. So like I was like, okay, like it's like I get it. Like I'm like, okay, there's gonna be some instances like this, but I like for sure going into the next one, we should not be matched up against a level 9. And what's crazy is when we actually matched up against them, they were level 7, bro. That's the crazier part. They wouldn't even like, yeah, the next one, I'm gonna be sweating a little bit. But yeah, they weren't even like level 9 yet. They were level 7. So they went up 2 levels since the matchmaking started. You said I ended up being walled. I put myself in the front and my wells hung out in the back. Yeah, that's what we did with our formation. We had all of our strong people in the back. Like, yeah, I was, and there's a few dudes that are already in like the 60s right now, 60 plus. So I was like, listen, I'll let y'all have that because y'all have the extra stamina put into your account. I mean, they actually clear content too. So, you said no one got to me though. It's just Etheria all over again, basically. He said so it's random. So thought we were level 20 versus 20. Well, yeah, it is random, but because people aren't ranked is kind of the issue. They don't have union data for that game mode yet. So like, yeah, that's why it kind of ended up being like that. There was no concrete data for them to match us properly. But that'll happen after this one. You said slide me a wish. I think I already did my wishes for today, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Oh, I did talk about that in my video today too. I don't think a lot of people realize this is like actually like low-key a co-op event. Yeah, the Cyber Shadows. Yeah, somebody gave me one. Yeah, this is a whole co-op event. It's like, yep, a bunch of lilies got to know Freya. Oh, they got to know Freya and Jackal Guard of Sleep. You said you just beat Hellfort Terramaton. Yo, congrats on that, God Slayer. He said they locked in for a quick level. He said they implemented a similar game mode in RSL. It took like 3 to 4 weeks for clan guilds to settle in the correct ranks. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, like I wasn't mad about it for sure. I just thought it was funny because I was like, oh, dude, this is messed up. But yeah, that's how it is. It takes systems time to calibrate. And then, you know, once it's going, you're gonna be up against your proper like tiers and stuff like that. So yeah, that's usually even like how arena is too. Like usually it's like pretty top heavy, and it's gonna be like that even like when seasons reset. Like it's always like that. Like usually the first couple of days, like some people like if you ain't super sweaty, you probably don't do RTA the first day, like first like week. Because all the people that just drop rank, they're going to be trying to reclimb. So, yeah, nah. Like, that's literally how it is at E7, too. He said, yeah, of course you won't be mad, but imagine the opponents were. Yeah, I mean, like, that's the thing, though. Like, if like, I was reverse role, I mean, would I be tilted? No, because I get it. Like, I know how the system works. But, like, if I had no knowledge, then, yeah, I'd probably be tilted. He said, bro, really got the shortest end of the stick for real. Yeah, I don't know what that, I like, again, I still don't know, man. It didn't make any sense, but I was like, hey. So I'm just doing the 2K per week and I'm done. Yeah. No, I'm not talking about like now, like normally, but like, I'm just saying like in general, like usually like that first drop in, It's just rough. Like, you can still do it. I think the thing with this game they did really well is they made sure it was about participation than anything else. So that's like the biggest thing. All right, I need to actually blast these real quick. He said H4 Doki Doki is annoying me. He said I can't bomb the first wave, but second wave is desynced, so I'm farming a codex for Mio and hope it fixes it. What are you trying to do, like CC freeze the second wave? I think I'm faster. I don't know. Oh nope, it's literally. Oh damn, you gonna kill my DPS, huh? Imagine. Can we? I don't think we can beat this now. This is when you need DPS Freya. Actually, hold on. You know what? F that. You about to catch these Mio hands. I should have went for the CC freeze actually. That Valerian is pretty fast because she came out of bubble already. Yup. I keep forgetting like scaling and PvP is a little bit different. So like low key, Mio's kind of a monster here. I really want this Deting. They won't give me him. Damn. There we go. I need that shield off of him. My God. He said, I thought of Mio Lilith. It was so annoying. Yo, Mio is actually really. Ooh, that's crazy. Mio's actually really crazy. Bro, I was about to say, if I froze him a third time in a row, that's actually wild. Oh, damn. Yeah, you got it. You got it. You got it. I tried. You say you need that Bramble on Mio? Yeah, I do. Honestly, I haven't really built her. I just slapped some gear on her. And that's just so I could use her in my Doki, really. I don't really have her on Bramble. You said I met my first retaliation bloodbath team, got smacked back to the lobby. Bro, it'd be like that though, right? You said so many people are gonna drop the game after a 2x event. What, because they're bored? I don't get what you mean. Why do I feel like this is the same crap that we were seeing in beta? It said, would Mio, Lily, Freya, and Deting work in PvP? Technically, yes, it can. It absolutely can. He said, is it better to use a max S3 Valerian or Ling Lao for Doki? Depends on your team, to be honest. But either one can work as far as sustaining. Just depends on the combination you're going for. Because I like using Valerian a little bit more just because she's also buffing in between. So like she's buff filling. I think people forget that that's a part of her gimmick. Is that she buff fills. So like when I'm like I get like the attack up buff and a whole bunch of other stuff from Freya. So if I don't have it, she can give me like a defense up buff. Stuff like that. Yo, what's good, Diedrich? How you doing, fam? Said, bro, Tia, Holden, Viper, and Macchiato's toxic team I've ever witnessed. They countered everything. Oh, really? Bro, I just wish I had more resources. I can't do it right now. And Aurora's like, it just is one of the harder dungeons to farm. So I'm just like, all right, well, Ain't really much I can do about that. We'll get there when we get there. So do you have any skill ups in one SSR? Wait, you said in one SSR? I got skill ups in a few SSRs, but no one's like fully maxed. Nobody's fully maxed. Let's see. We got a Tia. We got a. All right, we're gonna try this out. We might get clapped, but we'll see. It said Ramoka, Lily, Klaus, Kazuyo are the other four. Wait, you said Ramoka, Lily, Klaus, Kazuyo are the other four. I'm trying to think. Valerian is. It depends on. Personally, I would say that like for that specific team, Ling Lao can work, but like you would not only have to skill her 2, but you would have to skill her 3. If you go Valerian, she gives you a whole bunch of shield. You put her in the middle, and she gets targeted a lot as well. You put her like you put her on like you can go like Artisan. Like she's pretty good like to run it for a longer run. Since you have a character like Lily on that team though, she's gonna be boosting the Ramoka for the most part. So the main thing is that Kazuyo needs to be stripping as much as possible on the damage reduction. So if you have like a Blizzard or a Halloween, you might need to run that on her. And you're also going to have to invest some skill ups into Kazuyo so she has a higher chance of slumbering more often. To be real. Because that's really the biggest thing too. Is that can even be Hell 1 yet? Yeah, I would say like for where your team is, Ling Lao or Valerian can work that early. Like to be real with you. Even my Valerian's not like super stacked, like in terms of her gear. But you said, is that a, oh no, it's GG for this team. These are like unique pets. It's over. Cause I know that like that's just like no base stat. That's a white gal, bro. Yeah, that Freya getting sent back to the lobby. Cause yeah, she got on that I'm gonna take out the Messiah though. Yeah, she has on a white gal. Oh, how dare you! I forgot you guys synergize. Oh, bruh, I wasn't looking. I forgot she just immuned everybody. Don't you love that? All right. Damn. Dude, it's just so crazy to me that Tia's like that now. Like Tia and Beta would not have been having that type of disrespect. She'd be like, "Oh, you thought you was gonna hit me? 180, your whole team." He said, it said you should only be able to blast through with Mocha's nukes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, if you're a Hell 1, to be real with you, yeah, she could clap that, like just literally making sure you have the setup. Still speed tune it a little bit. He said, I really want to pull cost for my target summon, but my DPS for Doki Doki gonna be born. Do I go for it or should I pull Ramoka or Rosa instead? I wouldn't necessarily advise going born for Doki unless like unless you intend on doing a slower comp, to be honest. Cause that's definitely what it's gonna be. Like especially working your way up, it's gonna be a slower comp. It's not gonna be fast. I would say Rosa's just way too much to build, man. Like I just don't agree with that push for players generally. Like if like maybe there was something to make it easier to build her, but like you need to like really build Rosa if you're gonna build her up. If you're using Ramoka only needs her skill 3. Like that's Rosa's just way too much to like that early. Like I just don't think it makes sense. And a lot of people that did it are trying to reset her now. So like I just wouldn't advise it, to be real with you, if it's for that purpose. He said I use her and it's too much for me. You said you need to do those account reviews, bro. Some of us are getting cooked, bro. Bro, honestly, like I don't think like account reviews are one thing, but that's why I said like I did like the document today, because I don't think it's just it's not just a account review thing. Like a lot of people are gonna just be stuck by default where they're at, right? Like it's just kind of where they're at, and I have to be realistic to like what free to play can do versus what to what spenders can do, right? So for me, it's like I can review accounts easy, right? But I mean, that would just be kind of like more generalized baselines of like what you might need to build, but it wouldn't necessarily be it wouldn't necessarily be guaranteeing that you would be shifting out of stuff right now. So do you also think a lot of people are stuck on Inferno because they don't have Shadow Sania? No, I don't think it's Shadow Sania that's the issue. I actually don't think it's Shadow Sania at all, which is the funny part. Like that's actually the funny part. It's not Shadow Sania. That's the issue. Which is kind of the thing. That's kind of it's like because even like Inferno on Aurora isn't Shadow Sania, right? So it's not really Shadow Sania. When you really look at like again, which we are all pretty aware of, he said, yeah, he said can't even get past L2. L2 takes some time. You said Dot getting nerfed to that's what you think? To 2.5% max HP? I mean, really, it's interaction. Yeah, you said people are stuck because they went too fast and didn't build up their accounts. I agree. I 1,000% agree. 1,000% agree. 1,000% agree. Yeah, Maverick, you're actually correct. Yes, 1,000%. You are correct. Yeah, you said Valeria about to get locked up. No, honestly, I think for what it's worth, there needs to be and that's what we're working on. Like, right? That's what I said. Like, we already have sent that over to the devs now, so we're trying to see what they say about it. But there needs to be something that gives more guidance, and not even just so much guidance, but actually gives things to units or to players, right? To help them like flesh out their teams. It's not that you want to give players everything. Like, you don't have to give them the cream of the crop, but you need to give them something to make it easier. And the reason why that is, though, is because we got one thing for characters for the SRs that was free, which was the box for Yang, Kazuyo, and Durandot, right? So that helped if you made a certain choice with that. I felt like more than likely, like the most, I would say the general choice with that box was probably Kazuyo for a lot of people if they didn't pull her. Other than that, it was Yang. And a lot of people didn't realize that they were wanting to use Yang until like later stages of Aurora. So that was even like an immediate thought for a lot of people. So yeah, Kazuyo being free, that helped a lot of players because that gave you a consistent removal of what's it called? Of the damage reduction. Said the whole unique class argument is funny to me because I'm clearing H4 with a gray. Yeah, I told somebody that before, that the whole class argument isn't even valid because you can do it with gray. It's kind of even the argument that like Leon can't do any of hell. It's like not true at all. Like I didn't actually swap to the Ting until I was trying to push, and not even after I tried doing it. I already had cleared hell 3 with Leon, and like after that I swapped my team. And that's when I tried to push up further. But it was doable. It's just you can't do it in a speed clear. You have to literally do, you have to kind of give her time to kind of do the damage, but she could do it. Like, that's the thing. They were like, so what people were doing and what kind of happened was spenders were doing one thing and they were power pushing and they're summoning and they have all this lattice and they're fully building up things off rip. And they're like, ooh, this is busted. That's why I said it was just like more of a popularity thing. Because you notice it went from, it was the Ting, it went from, it started out Lily, it was the Ting, then it shifted to, oh, you need Chloros, then it shifted to, you need a Veronica, then it shifted to, I'm trying to go through the list properly here. It went through, who did it go to next after Veronica? It was I think that's when it went to Shadow Sania, and then it went to well, in between there, it was Nerf Shadow Sania. Then it changed to now everybody has to have Shadow Sania. Then it was at the same time, Shiida needs to get reset. Now everybody must have Shiida. So, yeah. It's like that's what's happened, right? And then like the day after, every day, and it's crazy because literally every day after something becomes popular, you see a billion videos for it every time. And I was like, damn. I was just like kind of looking at it. I was like, yo, that's kind of funny because it was like every time, like it was like, oh, Shiida's like can do this with this buff, mad videos. Then when she got adjusted, oh, reset her. Oh wait, she still works. I'm like, bruh. So you know how many people like reset rubber banded their account, bruh? Like, dog, it's just too much. You said now it's Lily, must have Lily. Yeah, I mean, my thing is that how can I put it? You said copy YouTube at its best. I mean, that's what it is, man. we've been around long enough to know. So I will say this. Embertrack, I'm gonna be okay. I'm okay if free to play can't clear that for the first month or two. If I'm being real. I've never seen a game with a tower mode where the first month or first rotation, even sometimes the second rotation, free to play can even clear it. You can get to a certain point, but I don't think it's ever intended for you to clear the tower the first rotation. Never. I've never seen that. I never ever seen that. Like I think a lot of it is that, right? Like the ability to clear those towers, you progressively get better at them. You said someone is showing you can get free XP in the Ember track. Oh, they're gonna nerf that. Just know they're gonna nerf it. Like they're gonna nerf it. You said people re-rolling for S4 is crazy. Wait, who are they re-rolling for? Wait, Shaosini and Shiida, you couldn't live on your own failure, so where did you bring you back to me? Yo, I'm dead. You said, yeah, Ember track definitely needs to be gated. We need challenging PvE content. Yeah, I mean, they're gonna. That's just standard norm. So that people are just gonna have to be okay with their account just progressively getting better, and they'll be able to do it. That's every game, to be honest. And then the crazy thing is that there's a hard mode after that. So I'm like, yeah, you'll get there. Like you'll definitely get it. You said choose Nikkei's tower hard walls you for weeks to months if free to play. Yeah, that's just standard norm. You said now I was saying the people who abandoned 2-week-old accounts to reroll on oh yeah they're on server 4 now. Yeah. Yo, yeah, it's like everybody's really doing that for real. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I just can't. I can't reroll right now. That's that is like there's so much grinding, yo. And right before the 2 times is crazy, bro. Wait, what does that mean for them for 2 times then? Because that's not like I don't think that kicks in a different time period. Like I don't think people realize they're locked in when they start a new account. They told us that the events are locked. Like, so I don't know, like they're locked into beginner events for that first week. So I don't know if that, oh man, I don't know if that's going to count on a new account. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, bro, you can't do other limited events. That's what I'm saying. You get locked, your events get locked. So that's why I don't know why they started fresh accounts if they're trying to do the 2 times. They said that to us at the beginning. They literally said that. You guys remember that that patch note that we read at the beginning? You said they probably save it for the next one. We don't know when the next one is. like we save it for the unknown. like they said exclusive. Like they low-key said it is just like we doing it because y'all complaining. So I don't know like They never clarified that that was going to be a thing they were doing, concurrently. Yo, Station, appreciate you for rating me, bro. How'd your stream go, man? Yo, appreciate you, man. You have a good one, man. Appreciate you. Dude, yeah, guys, I don't know, man. Like, that's gonna be kind of messed up. But again, the devs said it. They did say that, so I don't know. You said, imagine they complained for 2 times and then on server they missed it 2 times. Bro, I don't know, bro. That's my only hope, is I'm just hoping people don't miss out on it. Because I feel like that's actually going to be something that's going to help a lot of accounts kind of regulate and kind of normalize. Like, if you're able to drop 4,000 or 5,000, 6,000 stamina in a 2 times event, dude, that's going to be massive to your account progression. Like, that's really going to be massive. So I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know if they were thinking about that, because I'm almost certain, like, hold on, let me actually pull it up, bro. Because let me see. Because I'm pretty sure the way I read that, it locks you in that whole first week, which if they just did it, the 2 times is this weekend. So like, I don't know, man. Hold on, let me find that patch note. He said my account about to jump from 48 to 62 after this 2 times event. Bro, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's and the problem is that with new accounts, you get locked, you're still locked day to day. So like, if we're talking about, if they did it, let's say they started their accounts yesterday, right? By time the 21st happens, which will be, so like give or take 3 days, they might be at like, what is that, 20, 25 maybe? It was like 20, it was like 25 maybe, almost 30. And at that point, they're still clearing like, and you said, and if people are still re-rolling, they obviously don't care about the 2 times event, they just want a Lily. Man, yeah, I mean, but at that point, it's like, you can't complain, bro. Like, I mean, being real, like, you can't complain, because what's gonna happen is that people are gonna go get those lilies, and then lilies are gonna start getting curve stomp. I'm almost willing to bet that, because the problem is that what it is, and it's the same thing that we were saying before, is that what Lily is doing and what Shadow Sania is doing is they're allowing early entry with lower investment or lower build investment. But once people start actually building their stuff, like, that's gonna change. Like, it's not gonna be like that. So she's still gonna be good, but when people actually can build their stuff and they get better gear and they actually have their shells and they got the EXP into their characters now, like, their units are just gonna inherently perform better. So I mean, I don't know, man. You said 21 pots right now, so I need to find where the rest is hiding. Bro, a lot of the pots, like that second week of the login event is crazy, bro. Like, that's like mad pots on its own, because I had 0 pots. And I'm at, just from like all the stuff like with the event and stuff like that, even with this event that's up now, it gives you more pots too. And I'm at 43 now. Like, I'd like just stop spending them after a certain point and just been saving, just been doing my Hydra Crystal refills. You said, I don't know, man, some stages, no amount of gear would make Inferno, you said, not gonna lie. Well, the problem is that, like, and I don't think that's necessarily true, because part of the problem is that a lot of players aren't hitting the generalized speed baselines, which means you need to have at least a 270 to make sure that you're able to even contest speed in an Inferno dungeon. If you're doing something like, for example, say Terramatan, the thing is that, like, even when I go into my Terramatan run, I'm actually able to do it to some degree. I just can't finish it, right? So that's just getting gear diffed and I'm getting investment diffed. So the more that people actually build up on their account and they're actually skilling up stuff, like, you got to think about it. Most players on average have maybe 1 full skill leveled on a character. And if it's an SSR, if they're free to play, they might have actually made the choice of like investing in 1 character or something like that. Like, right? Like, there's like the people that's like, oh, I'm gonna build my Messiah. Well, if you're gonna build a Messiah, you're going skill 3, skill 2, If you're going Rosa, skill 3, skill 2, skill 1. The lattice spread is also another thing that's gonna like that makes characters not feel as crazy. But once people start building their units up, they're gonna be fine. Because like we were telling people before, we weren't really even using Lily like that to begin with for a lot of this stuff. It's just that she's an earlier entry unit that's allowing people to be able to manipulate the fact that they don't have certain speeds. And you're basically using her to kind of enable characters like a Dating or a Shadow Sania so that you can proc more of something, right? So you can do more hits, you can do more passive of your dot, right? So that's really what it is. It says she's giving you that 270-ish speed without her teams, Inferno Fall. You said, yeah, people aren't looking at what Lily's doing. Yeah, she's up there. You said Inferno team speed is like 260. It said, and if your units is 262, so they might go ahead of Terramatan, but 263 will always go. Said, yeah, people will be fine complaining they're trying to rush. Yeah, and I feel like that's the other thing too. You said extra turns. You said and cooldown. Like, bro, I just started using what's her name, Mia, for example. And there's other characters that can do that too. Not just so much the extra turns thing, but the cooldown, right? And you just have to think outside of the box. It's not just necessarily what it is this. Players don't want to actually play for real, if I'm being real. Because there are people that are actually jumping up and doing dungeons and doing certain things and like been proving like, well, you don't need that. Your run might not necessarily be as fast. You might have to take a couple more minutes, but you can still get the clear. So that's like kind of the thing. Like, so every time I've tweaked something, I basically have just kind of adjusted it according to what I have. I might have to make my run longer, but who cares? Because I'm getting that clear. So like, for example, like with my, what team was that? My Aurora team. I just was like, okay, what am I lacking? And the biggest thing is cooldowns. Like, I'm like, okay, I don't have the cooldown to really rotate this properly. As soon as I started actually tweaking those things, I shot up from like Hell 1 into Hell 3, like off rip. And then the thing is that like, I just don't think that a lot of teams have been tested at this point for people to really like be like, oh, this is the only option that works. It's the easiest option for people. And that's what keeps happening in the shift. People keep seeing something that's easier or seems easier to do, so they go towards that, right? And again, that's happened from launch all the way up till now. So it's been, let's go for the Dating, right? Because Dating had the whole first week on Smash. Oh, if you don't got a Dating, you playing the game wrong. And to be real with you, like even when I was like doing the whole Gigabyte thing, people were like so amazed. Oh, you put a Gigabyte on Valerian? Why are you doing that? That's not her best in slot. I'm like, bro, it's not about what's best in slot. I'm doing what is helping me get the clear. So I timed my run, my rotation perfectly to where when my Gigabyte would activate, it would exactly be on the third turn of the last ad that just went. So it would push her just enough so that I could get invincibility, so it would extend my run 2 more rotations. And that gave me the clear, right? So it's like little stuff like that that you have to mess around with. And the crazy thing is that now people are in chat telling people to use Gigabyte. Where did that come from? I wonder. Like, that's like, so it's like stuff like that, bro. He's like, yeah, I got a comment on my video saying why you got a Gigabyte on Val. Bro, it's because it's like stuff works. It's no different than how people figured out the whole thing with Freya. They're like, oh, let's try that. And then now there's Freya Revelation. Like, you know, like that's where it kind of came from. So people are doing some like pretty witty stuff. It's just a matter of like people figuring it out. And just again, like I said, if you have the gear and you have the foundation, I feel like a lot of people don't have good foundations. And then the way that they're trying to go about it, it's like, if you're casual, right? This is the expectation that's being set. You need to have a White Fang. You need to have multiple Gigabytes. You need to have an Artisan. You need to have a Count. You need to have a Revelation. You need to have a Codex of Magic. You need to have a Law of Silence. You need to have, now we're talking about all these mythics. But not only do you need to have them, but yeah, you need to make sure that you roll speed on them. You need to make sure that you like, you know, like now we're talking about like literal millions of training data. Like that is like, that's a lot, bro. And then that's not even factoring that what people are doing is they're trying to actually aim for the perfect stat, the stat for their modules. So that all on its own, like, do I think majority of the player base has that right now? Hell no. Like, they don't. So they're aiming for certain things, and then they still got to try to, they like, it's almost kind of like, it's this, right? It's jumping from you had 2 of these built up, right? You had 2 black flags and you might have had a Twilight Knight built up, and you jump straight from that into now I'm only going to do mythics, and it's only in the first week. That's what happened in week 1. And what ended up happening is that a lot of players didn't have units like usable for a lot of stuff. Like, and so there wasn't anyone really like filling in. They weren't doing the hand-me-down method. They were just jumping straight up. And so with that, that was like one thing that's rubber banding players. But then you also have the constant, this player's now God tier, or this character's now God tier. Now you need to reset this character. Like, now they're telling players you should reset your Ramoka for Shiota. So I'm like, well, I'm like, at some point you're gonna have to consciously decide to stay on one thing. And as you progressively build it, it's gonna get, it should get better. That's usually how it goes. He said, so I'm going to be honest, as casual players smell like HSR and Genshin players, where you can get 5-star relics, highest rarity in a week. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know where majority of the players are coming from, but I will say, like, when it comes to traditional turn-based games that have PvP, this is always how they are. Like, they are like this. There's a lot of bugs. It's a lot of tweaking. It's a lot of, like on average, it takes about anywhere from, like, a month to 2 months for you to really get into, like, really being able to be at that higher end. So, yeah, you said, hell no, real is crushing in front. Look, I summon, bro, I kid you not. You can ask chat. I have people coming in here regularly. Every time something like, I guess if somebody makes a video on it or something becomes popular, not even the next stream, I literally have people in the stream, yo, did you see this new strat? Should I reset for this? And I'm like, hey, I'm like, hey, bro, I ain't recommending nothing, because if they go and nerf it, y'all gonna be mad at me. I'm not recommending anything other than the standard stuff that I know, like, at that point, because it's just way too much. It's like way too much, and it's too consistent, where like it's literally been every single day there's been something else being pushed. And free to play, realistically, if we're even just thinking about what typically free-to-play try to do, they try to plan. That's why they reroll. They try to optimize, their resources and stuff like that. And when you're doing that and you're constantly thinking about trying to shift and change, and like, bro, you're gonna end up killing your account. Like, it's just gonna happen, because the only people that have that luxury to really do certain things is spenders. Because spenders can be like, yeah, I just 5 out of 5 to 5 out of 5 out of 5 the whole character. But next week, I'll just go and reset and buy everything else, or I'll just buy everything out of the shop again. Like, like they like they have that luxury. The free to play, you're kind of like from the events into weekly resets and stuff like that of Arena. So what Matt said is probably true. So I say about 80% of the player base is from games like HSR. They did not play PvP gacha games. So Etheria attracted a lot of people. That is true. I mean, even the creators that brought in their audience, I could see that. I do not knock that. I do not knock that at all. I said it was a beta, no 50-50. They probably forgot its primary PvP game. You said, but people were resetting Shia the stream before. Yeah. I mean, hey, hey, that's just how it is, man. That's how it is. I can't, like, say, you guys keep saying is like you can't save everybody, and it's true. Like, you could try to do what you realistically can. But that's my whole thing is like I'm just really trying to make sure players don't like ruin their accounts or make like super brash decisions and then kind of regret it later. Yo, what's good, Pop? How you doing, fam? He said, remember they said Mio was trash? Yeah, and all the top spenders are like using her to like do PvP. Dude, do you remember that? Day one, they're like, nah, she's trash. I don't see why. Like, why would you use her? Just use Kraken. I'm like, bro. I'm like, if you don't look at her kit and stop saying like this stuff to me right now, I'm just convinced people don't read characters' kits, and then they're like, It's almost like what is it called? It's like when you give somebody an idea and it's the right thing to do, or it's a good idea, but until they think it themselves, it's not a good idea. So it's kind of that, right? So it's basically that. It's like, because one of my younger sisters is like that. I can literally tell her, hey, I think it's a good idea you go do this, and she'll represent it back to me like she thought it. She'll tell, like, straight to my face, yeah, you know what, I decided I'm gonna actually go and do this. And I'm like, but I just told you that like a month ago. But I've learned to not say that to her. Like, I let her rock. I don't ruin her I don't ruin her mojo, you know? So I let her rock, dude. But that's what it feels like. Cause it's kind of like, hey, if you guys notice, everything that I basically told you guys that was gonna happen has happened. I literally said, like, okay, well, if you're trying to, I'm like, later on in Inferno, people were asking me who's gonna be on top doing Inferno stages when it first opens up. I'm like, or even Hell stages. I was like, you're gonna see Veronica up there. I'm like, you're gonna see, I'm like, you're gonna see Shadow Sania later. She's trash. Reset, reroll. I'm like, okay. I'm like, okay. He said, my girl's the same way, bro. It just be like that, man. It just be like that. You know, it just be like that. But I mean, for me, I don't even care, man. I just, at this point, hey, it is what it is, right? It is what it is. And get these, and then we'll start working on these. I will say though, the Union versus Union is gonna kind of even out some of our resource yield because we did not have enough to clear this shop out, so that's gonna help. You said next you working on the light bulb. Yo, what's up, Satay? Appreciate you for coming through, fam. How you doing today? He said, what kind of teams could I try in Inferno that don't have Shadow Sania's Eyes, or is it just a rip till until I get her, or they nerf Inferno? Well, the thing is that for it, like I said, it's not even so much just your comp, it's the speed, right? A lot of the base speeds, a lot of people aren't meeting them yet. So a lot of comps work in Inferno, but the problem is that those comps require more speed to be able to keep up with the rotation, and one unit isn't enough to keep up with. Like, so like take like Terra Matan, for example. Terra Matan's fast as hell. Like, so it's not only just about the damage you're taking, but you don't have enough speed to actually keep up with being able to have your characters with, like, say that you do decide to use Gigabyte. Gigabyte is good, but if you're getting outsped to that degree, you're just going to be getting hit hard, and you're not getting your skills off enough to be able to help self-sustain yourself. So that's like kind of the thing. It's like you're basically getting gear diffed. Like, is really what it is. So I get your point about speed, but he said motherfuckers be one-shotting your whole account. Well, that's the thing. If you can get up to the point, at that point where you're going first, you can start doing things like giving yourself a defense up buff. You can start setting setting up your rotation. You can start pushing back stuff. Like, there's things that like you can do before they get the chance to really amp themselves and do stuff to you. So, like, for example, if you're using, say, like Hoden, for example, and I do my strip first, and then I go into like a rotation, which is usually like with Freya, there's pushback from her, there's pushback from Klaus, there's pushback from who else is pushing back? I think everybody on my team pushes back, right? But if I don't get the go, and I just get, as soon as the fight starts, I get nuked. There's another reason why characters like Valerian are really popular. And then, like I said, once teams get normalized, Veronica is still going to be very good too, because she has a gimmick that works against stuff like that. You might see some Hoyans at that point too, because she also has the Soul Ward ability. She's like one of 2 characters in the game that has it. But those abilities are really good. That's the only reason why Valerian is more used than Veronica, is because 1, people don't have speed or Veronica's built. And then 2, her skill 3 allows her to counteract the fact of you getting one shot. So that's like the biggest thing there. But that's the thing. Shadow Sania and Lily are literally they're low investment right now just because of how their kits operate. So Shadow Sania is just Dot. That's just how Dot is, right? And so when you look at like, and this is the thing, right? Imagine if they would have allowed Shadow Sania to stay prevalent in Aurora as well, right? Then the argument would be, well, she's too broken, right? Because really, in reality, Shadow Sania is like on top in one of the gear dungeons, and then she does some of the other module dungeons fairly well, right? But if she was able to do Aurora and Terramatan, oh yeah, people would be losing their damn mind. Like, they'd be losing their mind. They'd be losing their mind, bro. Yeah, you gotta, I would say even on the safe bet Maverick, like you wanna probably be around like 280, bro. I'm gonna be honest. But you don't really need anyone early outside of the game or outside of Leon and SRs. Yeah, and I think that that's also the thing too, is like, I think there's also this idea that free-to-play should be building their SSRs at the same rate as spenders. And it's just not gonna happen. It's not gonna happen. You said she's already the best character for PvE, but if she could do Aurora, she would be a must pull. But even then, there's like literally straight up areas where dot does not work. Like, so even in those areas, which it's like there's a good amount, but it's like, for what it's worth, even like the guys that are clearing Aurora, they're not using dot, right? They're using they're actually using like some standard stuff over there. They're using like Yang and freaking I'm seeing some dudes do it with Viper and like Ling Laos, and I seen somebody do like I think it was like a Lillian, was it a Lily Messiah? It was like something crazy, but their stuff was like max built. You said me too, but like Zox said, 280's a safe bet. Yeah, 280, man, because, but that's what I mean too. Like even now, like hold on, let me see. Yeah, bro, I'm only at like 250 something, 257 is my fastest speed. But this is also considering like when you really think about like what can get you to those points, bro, it's not crazy like people think. You just literally need gear to roll like this, right? Like you need gear to roll. Let me see if I have one. Oh, you know who rolled on? It made me kind of upset. Was it you? Who was it that was leveling earlier? Was it Mio? Oh, it was Mio. You need stuff to roll. You need stuff to roll at least a purple roll into, like, I'll say a blue or a purple roll into speed. That's what's gonna help you jump your speeds a lot. Then having it on your pet too. So that's gonna be the difference, because a lot of the builds, like even when I look at a lot of my builds, it's just RNG, of course. But bro, I'm running around with like +2s and +3s. Like you ain't doing nothing with that, bro. Like, and then I have some pieces that just don't even have speed altogether. So it's like, that's the fine-tuning part of the process that players have to do. And that's why I've been emphasizing lower pieces, because you can get those gear values or stat values without it being a mythic. Like, that's kind of the thing. Like, and I think that that's been the misconception, is that you need mythic gear to hit those points. People were clearing those stages without mythic gear. And I would even argue if they did have mythic gear, it was mainly on the DPS. That, like, their supports, like, which was basically the thing that made the team work. The workup wasn't mythic gear. And when they were shifting into mythic gear, it was the 2-slot mythic gear. It wasn't the 3-slot mythic gear. So that's kind of like the idea, like, oh, I need triple slots and I need to be able to have this matrix bonus and I need swift raid. Like, you're jumping so far ahead at that point. Yo, what's good, Tragic? How you doing, fam? It said not getting good rolls on my gear. So yeah, that sounds like me. So I have a piece with +10. Yeah, bro, like, I mean, I have one piece I think that's like a +12, but that's like my highest one. But it's cheaper, right? And you can hit those speed requirements. And even like when I was looking at this, right, like I got a 2, what's this? My Lily is at 257, like I said, right? But this is not even like crazy speed. Like, I could get better speed on this first piece. That's a +2 here, no, +4 here, a +4 here, a +5 right here, and a +5. So if I just simply rolled got lucky enough to get some higher rolls, it would make it a lot easier, because even with the shell, I rolled a plus 12, right? So plus 12 kind of helped me with getting up to that point. So I'm like, the next shift up, and that's why I said, like, when you even think about like the speed requirements from the standpoint of like below, right? Because let's X out Inferno for a second. The problem is this: there's still people that like are like, dude, I can't even do Hell 1 or 2 yet. And so it's like, all right, well, a lot of the lower investment stuff, which, by the way, this is not Mythic gear. This literally is a 2. She's just 6-starred, and she's 257. That's just, and that's not even good rolls. That's not even a minimum of like +5. That's just like some +2s and some +5s, right? She's already at 257 with a shell at max from on the epics, and then a 12 roll. The fact that it's 30K per roll that you're doing on a mythic, for one, that cost is extremely high. Like, and we've talked about that like every stream. That cost is just insane. For you to be doing that on top of leveling the shell, and then you're awakening the shell, bro, it's like the expectation, I think, is just unrealistic. You're not gonna have what you want done in 2 weeks. Not with those costs, not free to play. I don't think so. Some might get lucky and get certain rolls, but I'm watching people like straight up will roll all 3 passives. And I'm like, dog, you don't even have to do all that. Like and the reason why I'm saying this is because it sets a tone like, oh, I have to do that. No, you don't. If you are worried about a character rotating, just worry about that second slot if you're gonna roll anything. Because if you're talking about mythic rolling the first, second, and third slot, and you're trying to roll mythic, man, that will full send your currency into the dirt. Like that will full send your currency into the dirt. So I feel like that's also part of the problem that players are running into too. Like it's the currency yield, like how you're spending your currency is also, it's not efficient to where the game is, to be honest. You said, I lucked out on a +18 time weave piece. So, oh, you got a +18? Ah! You said I'll trade it for a Lily though? Bro, listen, a +18 time weave is crazy. What? I wish. That's nuts. You said you can even buy it if you want it, unless you get super lucky. The second slot is the most important for pets. Yeah. So you do not do that on yellow pets. Do not do what? Roll passives at like less, what, more than half the cost? Like that's like, you got to keep in mind that like if you roll, let's say for example on a mythic, right? Let's talk about rolling on a mythic, right? Max roll on a mythic is 20. Max roll on an epic is 14. You are basically min-maxing trying to roll for a mythic roll for 6 more speed. That's basically what you're rolling for. Like when you really think about that, it's like, well, like I'm spending almost quadruple the cost to maybe, which by the way, it's like you might, it's not even a guarantee, you might get it. And that's if it even rolls speed to begin with. So that's the other thing. You said base speed 2 is higher a mythic. Yeah, but that's the thing though, right? This is also considering the cost. And so it's like when you're thinking about like the general baselines, what I'm talking about is evolving your account. What everybody else is trying to do is they're trying to jump 7 hurdles. That's kind of what's happening, right? So that's why I even started shifting my account so that I could show how you can shift your account without having to go crazy on trying to just do mythics, because I have the capacity to just do mythics if I want to, but that's not helping free to play. It's just not. It's too expensive. You said, do you have tier for pets for each type? I got to make another one, man. I do have some videos on like which ones you should be focusing on and what kind of helps. But yeah, Yeah, I don't have like anything specific. And appreciate you for the super chat, Dark Gara. Appreciate you for that. You said I'm talking about long-term gains though, so you can roll yellow shells for PvE stuff, but you aren't competing speed-wise with Wells is my point. Well, that's the thing. You have to remember, you said it first. For PvE stuff, PvE facilitates PvP. You eventually will be able to compete because at the end of the day, everything normalizes. That's what happens in E7. There's people that are literally able to compete with spenders. Gear, the problem is that nobody's playing enough PvE and they're just trying to do PvP like Wells. So you can't facilitate that to that degree when you can't even upkeep the cost. I could argue in like a game like E7, you can facilitate certain spending because even before some of this recent changes and stuff, you could grind a ton of stuff a certain way and be able to upkeep with certain costs. And you could, and they had events and certain things, like it's still the time put in. Like, so that's why I said like, it's one of those things is that the mentality of I'm going to go in and beat a well is not the mentality that casuals need to have. Long-term gains is definitely going to be making PvE facilitate your PvP. If you go the other route, there's going to be a very small percentage of people that actually can do it that way and be successful. Everybody else is going to fall to the wayside and just straight up quit. like if we're being honest, like that's not the casual thing to do. And so with casuals, they're going to see what everybody's doing, which is popular, right? But at the end of the day, you have to build your foundation, you know? And that's what I like, even for me, right? I pushed up progressive. Like, I want you guys to know, I rarely have done anything crazy in terms of gear farming and like none of that. But I am like on Hell 4, on Terra Matan, I'm on Hell 4 and Doki Doki, and I'm pushing into what is it in Hell? I'm pushing into Hell 3 for Aurora right now, right? And the main thing is that I just didn't focus my Aurora really. So I'm working on that right now. And the real solution for me there is my sustain. That's really it. But the things that have progressively have been the most helpful is me doubling back on my account and saying, okay, I can either try to build all these mythics and it takes me forever, or I can like give my character something, a baseline to work off of, and then I build up from there. I think that that's kind of the problem, is that players aren't building baselines. They're just trying to build them like max build. And it's like bro, that's going to be so much rougher to do. Like that is just, it just is. If you're like, oh, every character has to be max build as soon as you build them. Like, I mean, like you got to give and with the roster spread, you have to give yourself that ability to be able to shift them up. Eventually you're going to be able to get them to their build. But like, for example, like I can't have everybody optimally built for their DPS yet. So I'm like, all right, I'm gonna get there eventually. So I start putting characters on things. And here's the other thing. Like I said, the other problem with the game, and it's not even the game's problem, it's just how it's set up. Operating and keeping your account in that state is kind of sucky because you can't even do your regular stuff that you want to do. You want to do one mode, oh wait, but I'm auto farming that. I can't even swap my units because their gear is locked in on me farming Doki Doki, so I can't go do any tower mode. I can't go do anti-sync. I can't go do PvP because the gear isn't locked. So that's like the other thing I was considering too with like how I was going about building up my account. And since I've made that adjustment, like I said, my presets now, I just have everybody set on general gear. And right now, it's like mixed outstanding. I got some epic pieces going and nothing crazy. I've taken stuff to +9, +12, and that has been like the most beneficial thing to my account. I'm like not stressing. I might make a couple of tweaks if I'm doing a certain dungeon because of a rotation, but it's helping me progress with the baseline, right? So that's all I'm really like pushing is just having a baseline, because the thing is that like you could be a hero and some people have the mental capacity for that, but not everybody has that mental capacity. And so I'm just trying to separate that, is that like trying to like, for example, min-max to that degree versus you said a lot of people also waste a lot of resources 15 pieces for no reason. Yeah, if I feel like the piece isn't rolling that well anyway, it's not going to 15. Like it's not going to 15. even if it's outstanding. Like you gotta be outstanding for me to level you. Like honestly. And it's like even like now my Dating has plus 12 pieces on. But why is that? Well, I had to think about the slot. In most stuff, do I care that Dating is getting more like HP and defense? Not really. I care about the attack though. And then what kind of triggered me is this roll to plus 12. Like, you see what I mean? It'd be stuff like this. Like, he don't even need the speed. He needs to be slow. But I'm going to roll a plus 12 on this keen eye for zero reason. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's just stuff like that. Like, why? Like, why are you doing this to me, game? It's that most left pieces don't need to be 15. Yeah, exactly. It really, honestly, typically is the piece that the character scales off of or that they need to scale. So... yeah, if they're like say for example like my Valerian, it would be her HP piece. I would probably do the defense one just so that she has a little bit more bulk, but I wouldn't level the attack piece. You say, yeah, I'm working on baseline sets for all my characters I want to run. Yeah, and that's something I was looking at for the Union versus Union because that doesn't lock gear either. So like I was like, it's so much more to the game than just like I'm just trying to do this one dungeon. It's like, well, you're trying to like you got to kind of like normalize your account, and then everything from there you'll be able to actually like build up. But you won't feel like I don't know if you guys like, I don't know if it's just me, but even as a content creator, I experience gamer paralysis sometimes. So, and to kind of explain what that is that like I can get overwhelmed sometimes because I'm like, there's no order on my account. So that's why like it was a few days where you guys are like, dude, like your gear is just like all over the place. And it's like, I'm like, dude, I just need to sit and I need to actually just put gear on characters. Because that's how I know how to play these types of games. You get gear on characters, and then once you get gear on them, you can start thinking about, okay, now I can alternate out pieces. I can start min-maxing. I can start like, because that paralysis is like kind of rough. Like you're like trying to figure out how to get things going. You're kind of still trying to push. And so like that like that's why like creating those parameters for yourself just generally help. And you'll notice that you'll start having a much easier time. You say, yeah, United Front really helped me get stored. Yeah, that's actually what actually got me in gear because I was like, wait a minute, like I can't go in there and like have my builds half baked. So I need to at least have builds on my characters so I can use them. So I was like, all right, cool. And that's where like, again, like now my presets are organized. I went and deleted all the ones I did day one and I fleshed them out again. And so it just makes it more digestible. It makes it easier. I don't feel like I'm losing brain cells. Like that's that. And so like for me, it's like if I feel like I'm feeling that way, then I have to consider how you guys might be feeling, right? Like that's how I make my content. It's like, what are my struggle points? And I wonder if other players are feeling that way. More than likely, because I like to sweat these types of games. I'll sit on this game all day. But I'm like, there's people that don't have that amount of time. And when they do get on, their paralysis is like 10 minutes and they're like, yeah, I'm out of here. I'm about to go eat. Like, so that's how that kind of goes. So I don't know, man. It's just that. So I can't lie. I have like 6 gear sets that move around. So I need to fix that. But that's the thing is that I don't even need people to tell me that. I know that's what people are doing because that's what everybody's been doing. So it's like, okay, we have to tackle each thing like it's a checklist. And like, dude, like same thing, Shion. Like, I'm a vet in a lot of games. Dude, I play freaking Raid. Like, Raid has gear sets to oblivion in that game. Like, that game is gear set. That game is a gear set. Like, they have nothing but gear sets in that game. And the crazy thing is, though, even when I think about a game like that, you know what's actually kind of funny? Raid, regardless of how pay to win that game is, Raid actually is the game that taught me patience and taught me to be organized, to be real. Like it really, really did help me with gear management because in Raid, like you can't just like level something like nilly-willy and not think that it's not going to affect you. Cause like you just go and level a piece of gear or gear on a character and then don't let it be optimal. You just wasted like 2 weeks worth of currency, bro. Like, it's like that. Like, it's like that. He said, for a second, I thought I was in Deity stream, said, but I see you also play Raid. Yeah, yo, Kelts, so funny thing is that me and Deity, I know he does stuff with Raid still. I used to do stuff with Raid. But the irony behind that is we both actually played it. So when we were making our content, it was genuine because we actually played the game. So it wasn't from like a, oh, I'm just trying to get a bag standpoint. It's like I actually still play Raid. Like I could pull up my Raid account right now. My Raid account's busted. I'm gonna be honest with y'all. My Raid account's kind of stupid. Like I got a character named Whisper. She just be doing stuff. Who is it? Amber Heart. Bro, yeah, I like, bro, I play that game for real. But the reason why I play it, like, I also have an in-game, probably not up the current meta in-game account, but it's an in-game Summoners War account. And I had an E7 account that was an in-game, but apparently all my stuff is out of meta when I went back last. I was getting thrashed just, the other stream the other day. So you said Void Epic Whisper 6-star Awaken Crushing Rin Smacks. Yeah, see, you know exactly what I'm talking about. You know what I'm talking about. But that's the crazy thing. That's an epic champion. That's not even like a legendary. So yeah, man, like that's the thing with those games. And like even in that game, like building up a 6-star dude, like it takes weeks. Even I would say months in some cases, because in that game, you don't just 6-star something just because you want to 6-star it. You don't just skill up something because you skill up something. You do it because there's an event to do. So like if there, or there's like a guild, clan versus clan, CVC or something like that. So everything is so intentional in that game. And so it kind of helped me in other games with being more intentional, because it's like, okay, like, is it a good idea that I 6-star this unit now, or should I be doing something else? Like, or should I be using the stamina for this now, or should I be doing it for this, you know, for the time being because of where I'm at in the game? So it's kind of like just kind of weighing your pros and cons at that point, really. You said I made 7 6-stars. He has a free to play. He said that's free to play is not actually that hard so far. So Etheria coin is my main issue in shell mats. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like it's gonna average out. It's gonna average out. That's why I'm like trying to help players cut their costs for the most yield before they jump into the deep end, and then it's like it gets expensive. You're talking about, what is it, 1.4 million to make a mythic pet? That's a day. That's like about a day of stamina. Full refilling. Full refilling, by the way. And I think even full refilling, I don't even think you get the full 1.4 if I'm gauging that correctly. I don't even think you get the full 1.4. So that might spill over into another day as well. You said I'm a dragon. You said I hoard resources. So yeah, I've been refilling, but I'm not gonna. You said, but I'm gonna have to slow down soon. Yeah. Said the thing why I never go into raid is because of all the cool looking monsters that were kind of trash, and everybody told me not to skill them. Yeah, that's like, yeah. Raid is super intentional. It's like, it's super intentional. It's very, very intentional. You said RSL is the definition of micromanaging. Yeah, like if you want to be free to play, you have to. Like it's not even up for debate. Like if you're not, you're just not gonna have fun. Or not even just have fun. You're just not gonna progress. Like that's that. You said, yeah, especially as a free to play, I only get like 400 stam without fully refilling. Yeah, and that's something that I think, like, that's why I said, like, even for the events, like, I just feel like just more bang for your time. And like if you're getting on the game every day, making sure that players are getting the full investment. So it's like, okay, if you don't get the stamina yield and you're not refilling as much as everybody else, you're still clearing out those events, which can make up for, you know, Etheria coin or Shadow Prince, or you just buying the stamina pot, stuff like that. Like those things do help. And so, like I said, even with the Union versus Union coming into the game, that's kind of helping normalize Union shop, so we can get more of the stuff out of there. But yeah, everything else I think definitely needs to be adjusted. So I'm gonna hit level 60 tomorrow. So I wish refill actually refilled our stamina instead of 100. Oh yeah, you're talking about like to the full cap, like to almost like 200 if you have it. Yeah, that would be kind of lit. I'm not gonna lie. You said which Hoden is better? Your opinion, DPS or debuffer Hoden? So I've been trying to build him either way. I mean, to be honest, yeah, it really, yeah, I agree with Fernesh. It depends on what your account needs. Because like if you're using, say, like a Heinrich in that position that you would maybe have a Hoden filling, then you could probably go for a DPS build with him at that point. But if you need somebody that's stripping and setting you up basically so that you can, you know, actually land your other debuffs and stuff like that, then you're probably going to do like a speed debuff support Hoden at that point, because it's just going to open up more content for you at that point. You said how even 2 presets for him may be a good option down the line. Yeah, I can see that. Because I've been farming shells exclusively all week and just recycled all my epic shells. So I got 4 million training data and 2K reconfig credits. Now I can chill on shells and farm the other stages for 2 times. That's actually pretty good. You said DPS Hoden goes crazy if you can survive. Yeah, he's good. Like, it's one of those things where it just depends, like where you're at. Like, I'm not using Heinrich right now, and I'm not gonna lie, I kind of like the pushback from Hoden, so I just use him like as a support. Like, and I'm also not going heavy in PvP just yet, so that's why I'm like, I could use him for that. There's been some scenarios even with this build where he's like been able to clutch stuff, but yeah, DPS Hoden is definitely a whole different breed. Definitely a good character across the board. Like, I really like this character, and I think it's just because he's universal. Like, he can be built any way that, really any way to fulfill what needs you have. You said that's pretty normal though. E7 leaves give about 87 per 1, and Skystones, which are gems, give about 60 energy per 30. Oh yeah, that is fair. Yeah, that is true. So I can never let it be too efficient. Yeah, is that true? But farming at E7 is a lot better. Plus we have crafting and less RNG. But Audacity, you got to remember that's after 7 years. Like, that's the thing. Like, I think, and it's almost kind of like it's a specific term that's used when you kind of forget like stuff that happened because things are better now. It's a specific term for that, but that's what I've noticed. Like, whenever people like will bring up those other games, I'm like, hey guys, we got to remember, what was E7 like when when it was out, right? You said, so why should a new game use 7+ year-old mechanics instead of starting with new QOL? It's money. I mean, I'm gonna be straight to the point. It's money. That's why games don't come out with all of the QOL on the planet. That's why. And the thing is that, to be honest, even with those games, the thing is that they made their money first before they implemented those things. They used the same format. E7 came out after Summoner's War and used the exact same format. Like, that's how they do it. I mean, unfortunately, that's gacha. You say at least you're being honest with it. I mean, hey, that's gacha. Like, that's really what it is. If I'm being honest, it's just gacha. So I'm not gonna BS you on that or anything. That is just gacha. They are never ever. They're not even taught that. Like, they're not even taught that. What they do is, and there's a video that's actually out on this, and this is why I always tell people, like, gacha with discretion, right? Because you gotta know the tricks of the trade so that you don't fall for those pitfalls in those games. Because, yo, Inferno, appreciate you for the or Inferno, there we go. Oh, I said that completely wrong. Inferno, appreciate you for the Prime, fam. There's actually a video on this where they talk about how it's kind of like it's like a breadcrumbing tactic that they use. The reason why games now give out free stuff is because they want you to feel like they did this amazing thing for you, and it makes you more likely to spend, right? That's like, so like those tactics are just things that they do. That's why that's the standard norm now. You start the game out with a free SSR or a unit that's just as good at, you know, like that's normal now. And it's so it can make you more inclined and feel more comfortable to spend. It's kind of like, you guys, I'm pretty sure you guys have been to the mall. Like, I don't know, like malls are as active as they used to be, but you guys ever walked into the food court and you had one of the Asian ladies or Asian guys might have had a plate of food with like the little toothpicks in it, and they're like throwing the damn chicken in your face, you know, like they're like they're gonna give you, you know, they're like, you know, free sample, you know, that's all they're doing, right? What that is, it's kind of like they're trying to warm you up. And then don't let it be fire. You'll be like, that's good. And then you get stuck at that place. You might have wanted Taco Bell, but they just gave you a little taste. So now you're like, damn, I might get some Chinese food now. And now you're getting Chinese food. So it's kind of the same thing. it's kind of like a free sample in a way, right? This is what our game has to offer. So here's a little taste of like something that's kind of packed with some power, right? And then you're like, ooh, now there's this other thing. Now you're gonna buy your meal, right? It's the same mentality. It's like I'm gonna buy my meal now. So that might be a character. That might be like this broken character that does this thing, because now this is taking my account to the next level, right? So it's that. You say you sound hungry, Zox? Bro, dude, I kind of am, but hey, no, I'm chilling. But it's just that. I like breaking down things with funny analogies like that, because it's just how it is. It's like, yeah, game companies literally hire psychologists, psychologists, so that so now they design their stuff for game stores and stuff. Yeah, dude, it's like that, man. He said, just curious, as a new player, should I be rushing through Leon's quest? Yeah, you can if you want to. Yeah, her quest, you want to get out the way. It's just more resources for your account. That's the main thing. But let's not forget, it's still a business. They still need to make money to survive. Yeah, I do get that, right? I do get that. I will say, though, the goal of a business is this, because I run a business, right? What I do as a content creator is under LLC. This is just full transparency. As a business owner, I had to make the conscious decision, right? And this is why I can speak to that sentiment now, because I actually have done it. And I've been running my own business now for 4 years, right? And what I had to actually look at was, okay, how can I... Yes, I get it. I have to make money, right? This is what I said to you guys the other day. I have to make money, right? But is that the viewer's problem? Right? Like, so this is what I have to think about. How can I make money in a way that's not invasive to you guys, right? And so that's kind of the thing that a lot of games have, like, they try to find that sweet spot as they try different monetization things in their game. They try to find things that will make money, but it's not invasive. And the thing is that, like, yeah, there's going to be implementations of new things, and players that might feel a little way because it's a new thing. But it's like they try to find ways to where it's like, okay, how can we implement something to where we're still pleasing our players across the board generally, but we're still able to make our money. Now, what you tend to see, though, is there's a lot of businesses that don't give a damn. And they said, you're going to buy these packs today, and they don't care about being invasive or not. They're like, no, you're buying these packs. That's where you get kind of like the Raid Shadow Legend treatment, where Raid doesn't care how you feel. Raid knows that if they beat the dead horse with them showing you the same pack pop up 50 times, if they show it to you enough, they might make you buy it, right? And this is the reason why, if we even talk about things like the Super Bowl, for example, why do people pay millions for an ad in the Super Bowl, right? Like, and what you notice is everything is subconscious. It's never conscious thinking. It's subconscious thinking. If I flash a Dorito commercial in your face right now, you might not want Doritos right now, but later on, you're gonna be out and about driving. You know, you about to drive somewhere. And then out of nowhere, you're like, damn, I want some Doritos. Like, that's what it's subconscious. They're trying to get you to become a returning customer. They don't want you to be, not necessarily trying to make you take action now. They do things subconsciously so that you crave it. You're like, oh man, I kind of want Doritos now. And you're not even correlating, oh, I just watched a Dorito commercial before. Like, you're not even thinking about that. So that's why there's all these different things. Like, they make ads according to, like, they personalize ads to your interests. So that's why some people will select no on that, because if you have something personalizing ads, that means that, what does that mean? That means that there's a higher probability if you get shown something, you're going to buy it. If the ads are personalized to things you like. These are just things that exist everywhere. We just don't really look at them like that, you know? So that's the thing. It's like, it's always like that. It's a dev should put ads in games for gyms. That way, for people to help with revenue too. Yo, Oscar, you know what? It's kind of funny you mentioned that. A lot of older games do it, and after a game is out for a little bit, they do end up adding ads in the game. It's kind of funny because one of the older games I played, Last Claudia, they just added that to the game, like the last update, and the game's been out for 6 years. So they just added that. But I know some games, like that used to be the standard norm. Like when Come To Us was really popular, they always had ads in that game. Like it was just a thing. Come To Us actually might have been probably one of my favorite companies and how they did stuff, because Come To Us was so smart. I think the only company that's still around that was around when they were popular was Netmarble, but they used to do things like if a creator was having a stream, they would link the creator's stream in the game, and you could literally be in game and click on the banner and it would take you straight to YouTube to that creator's stream. Like, yo, Come To Us used to have the best plugins for creators, dude. Like that was probably one of my favorite periods. I'm not even gonna lie to you guys. Like when Come To Us was actually crushing it in the market, that was like, bro, what was the oh my god, bro, what was the name of that game? Was it Superstar Baseball? Wait, wait. Was it Superstar Baseball? Was it that game? Yeah, I think it was, yo. Was that with the tokens, God King? Enosia? Yo, that was a game. The Zenoia? Yo, those games were heat. Bro. That was the game with the tokens, wasn't it? Bro. You said, is this Summer Resort still owned by Come To Us? I think so. I think either Hive or Come To Us. I feel like, or Gameville. I know they're like the same conglomerate. Or like they're at least like attached to each other in some way. He said that's something I really do like about E7. They plug their CCs really well. Yeah, that's like, dude, like I'm telling you, like that period of time was just unlike any other in gacha. But Come To Us just now, and they don't really produce any good quality games anymore at all, actually. He said, Dings, you really are a gacha master / veteran. Dude, I've been doing it for almost a decade. So that's why when I say stuff, like that's why, like for me, when I talk to Cyan about stuff, it's just like always an interesting conversation, because he's been there another almost whole decade more than me, right? So the stuff he's seen, even with stuff like that, I don't even remember that. And he'd be like, nah, bro, this was the first game that caused this to happen. That's why this game got EOS'd. And I was like, yo, I didn't even know that. Like, it's like that, bro. He's like, I wish they would have collab with Tribe 9 with the baseball. Yeah, man. Like, dude, that would have been so sick. That would have been so sick, man. That's what I mean, guys. Like, it's that. So for me, that's why, like, and this is why I approach gachas the way that I do now. Because when you play enough gachas, you also learn how to learn how to deal with them, right? Because I set my expectations like pretty low. Usually I never really have high expectations. I don't lock myself in necessarily to one gacha. I usually play other gachas just because I enjoy gaming. But I also look at it from the mentality of like, okay, if I like a gacha enough, if I spend on it, am I going to regret spending on it? So I never spend on a game if I know I'm going to regret it. I just don't. I never do it. Like if I get any inkling feeling where I'm like, nah, like I won't do it. I'm like, nope, I regret that. I'm like, nope. If I feel that feeling even a little bit, I don't do it. But I also try to do this too. I also try to make sure that I don't spend on every gacha I play. I also make sure that there are just some gachas that I just play, just because I enjoy the game. And I feel like the more that you kind of approach gacha in that manner, you'll enjoy them much more often, to be honest. And then really at the end of the day, you got to decide what you want to put your time into, because that's what gachas end up taking. Every gacha free to play is time consumption. That's your metric. So if you're a fan, say you're playing Zenless and Wawa and a whole bunch of other stuff, like you gotta narrow it down eventually. There's some people that's like micromanaging like 25 different gachas, bro. I'm telling you, as a content creator, I've even gone through the ringer and I've started quitting a lot of gachas because it's just too much time. Even if you could upkeep the spending, you don't really get to enjoy it like that because you can't play them all. So it's like, it's that, right? You said, I look at gachas how I look at items in the mall or stuff in life. Oh, so you be window shopping? He said, if I like the game, I'll spend. But if I don't, Like the game, I don't spend. Yeah, that's fair. And it should always be about what you want to do, not what others are doing. Because if you do it for what everybody else is doing, you're gonna be bad. You're gonna dead be mad. It's gonna come. It's gonna happen. It's definitely gonna happen. You said don't be like Katsura. It said be like Zox. I'm dead. It said dude, one of my guild plays 8 at the same time, so I barely manage 3. Yeah, man. I mean, some people like, bro. Some people just they got like gacha is life for real for some people. He said that was me, but once I quit Hoyo games, I found it easier to quit others. Yeah, I mean, Hoyoverse was definitely unlike any other gacha, I will say. Like, and just in terms of a company that produces gachas, Hoyo did the impossible. Like, they hooked people for real. I think really what it was they really preyed on the addiction, and really they came into a lot of people's lives when people were by themselves. Like, you got to remember, like, Hoyo became super popular during COVID. So that was a period of time where people were literally by themselves. Yeah, they had the perfect storm. It was literally the recipe for success. Like, it was just what it was. It was kind of like how Among Us had blew up at that time. Like, the game kind of fell when it first released, but people were bored and said, hey, why don't we play this little game with characters that look like Teletubbies? And they made it popular. Like, it was a 2-dev team. Like, I'll never forget that. I'll never forget that. I was like, bro, really? Like, Among Us, entire Discords dedicated to that damn game. And it was a free game with 2 developers on it. Yeah, the COVID buff was nuts. Like, yo, and the crazy thing is we'll probably never see anything like that in our lifetime again. That's the crazy thing. That was literally a once in a lifetime thing. Yeah, that was a once in a lifetime thing, man. You said it said my third DPS. What do you think on Revelation? Well, you talk about DPS for PvP. Heinrich is kind of like sub DPS and a lot of stuff. I mean, yeah, you said for PvP. Oh yeah, okay. So for PvP, yeah, I mean you could do that. You could do that, to be honest. And even then, I mean, yeah, he could work White Fang. That works on him. Yeah, honestly, really, he's kind of open. Really, I would say depends on your comp too. If you want him to have give a little bit more supportive role as well, or if you just wanted to be straight DPS. You said yeah, the same with Fall Guys. So many games had a perfect timing. Yeah, that's true. So yeah, it's fun if you like it. Spend your time. If you don't waste your time. So Genshin had me in a lethal chokehold during COVID. Not gonna lie, it had us all. I'm not gonna lie. I would say it probably had like a good 80% of gacha gamers. And not even just no. I think that's actually BS. I'm gonna say it was probably 95 because Genshin Impact. The reason why Genshin Impact had the impact it did was because it wasn't just gacha gamers that was playing that game. It was. I remember seeing some of my favorite creators from Destiny playing Genshin Impact. I was watching League of Legends creators playing Genshin Impact. I was watching it wasn't just gacha gamers. It was literally full send competitive gamers playing the game. It wasn't like it was a lot. Yeah, it was a lot of people's first gacha. It was a lot of people's first gacha. So it was just for a lot of people, it opened them up to a whole different universe, and they didn't know how to act. And this is why I also say it what was happening at the top set the tone. It set the precedent because the guys that were there remember C6ing was was the expectation. Oh, you didn't C6? That's how Genshin started. And where did that come from? It came from what was made popular. Popular content was watching Wells drop 9K, 10K, 15K in one sitting, C6ing. So people thought that that's what they had to do. So people were like, all right, well, if I don't have a max D-Luke or a max Venti, I'm not playing the game right. The Stappa. Yo, Stappa Hoba would never not be funny, bro. That is just hey, Stappa Hoba, shout out to you, fam. You said people were dropping their COVID stimulus on Genshin, bro. That's he said stop a homeless, yo. Yo, like, bro, this is like real, like, bro. I just think about the fact that, like, for those of us that have kids, like when they get old enough and for even for those of us that don't have kids, but it's like for when we do, and for the ones that do have kids, and you're starting to like tell them about what experiences you had in your adolescence or in your 30s or your 20s or during that year specifically, it's gonna sound fake. Like, yeah, we were all locked inside. We couldn't go outside for a whole year. And in that period of time, people were dropping thousands of dollars but couldn't go to work. But we were dropping thousands of dollars on these games, on gacha games. They're probably gonna think we're complete morons 20 years from now because we play gacha games. I'm almost willing to bet there's gonna be a study that comes out that's like gacha games rot brains. Like, I already know. I already see it coming. I already see it coming. They're gonna be like, you guys are idiots playing that. He said my son loves Genshin, so they kept me playing. Now that's fair. No, that's definitely fair. He said it's not different than dropping thousands on sneakers. No, it's not. It's really not. It's really not. But that's even like a thing that's like, it's all interest, man. It's all interest. It's like we didn't end lockdown here until 2022. Yeah, some places are on lockdown longer. That's true. So I ain't gonna tell my son I played Maple Story 24/7 for the whole COVID. Bro, yeah, whatever game you were playing, you definitely was playing the whole time. 1,000%. Like, that's the crazy part, man. We'll never get another period of time like that. It just was what it was. Dude, I made, like, unironically, that was the one time in my life where I made more money not working. I'll never forget that. That year specifically, because I worked for Samsung, and they had this was the last like actual job I had before I started doing content creation full time. I worked for Samsung. I was making good money, dude. I was making about like $27 an hour, which is pretty good considering that that's without a degree. That was like just all experience. I was making like 27 bucks an hour. And that was pretty good, dude. Like I like just had moved and I just got the job, bro. I had worked the job for probably 2 months, and then COVID happened. They furloughed us. So I was working from home, and then they said, yeah, nah, we're not paying y'all no more. So I had to actually go on unemployment, dude. And at that time, I was still young, dude. I didn't know what unemployment was. Like, my mom, like, in the way I was raised, like, unemployment was just this terrible thing. Like, my mom was just like, no, we don't do unemployment. We don't do any of that. You always work. So I was just like, all right, cool. Like, so I thought it was like the worst thing ever. I was like, oh God, I gotta be like, this gotta be like the worst point in my life. But that was what like, again, what I was taught, right? So ended up filing for unemployment. Now, I don't know if you guys remember, they had something called, oh my God, it was pandemic something assistance, PUA or something like that, PUA, I think, or PA, I think it was PUA. I think it was PUA. But it was like a bonus that was added. It wasn't stimulus. It was a bonus that was added to unemployment. So if you were on unemployment, but you also qualified for the PUA, it gave you more money to your unemployment. Bro, that year was insane. Like when I say and what's crazy, they took, if you you could set it to where they would take the taxes out of it, and everything that you got was basically just straight income. That's like, they took the taxes out and it was just straight income, bro. And it was nuts because that year I made, swear to God, can't even make this up. I made like 45K doing zero. I didn't do anything that year. I was actually building my channel. So what a lot of people did, and this is what I did at that time, I used that money and I bought shares of Apple. I bought shares of Tesla at that time, I used some of that money to actually buy some of my setup equipment that I was using like up until like a few years back. And it was during the PPP loan phase, bro. That period of time was nuts. But yeah, I made a smart investment with a lot of my stuff. Yeah, pandemic unemployment assistance. That's what it was. Yes, that's what it was. And then there was the stimulus, right? So okay, so here's the difference between the PPP loan thing and the PUA. People were straight up scamming with the PPP loans, bro. And people are going to jail now for that. It's crazy, bro. Like, people are actually going to jail now from like sometime from last year to now. They've been going and backtracking and figuring out who did stuff illegitimately, and they're going to federal prison. Like, a lot of people was scamming that, dog. So yeah, good GG. Like, that's all I gotta say with that one. But for the PUA, it was like an actual qualification thing through whatever your state was, and it had to you literally had to like prove you were really unemployed, which they could see that. Like they could see that. You said people was running it up for real, bro. People were getting like 800K and like stupid amounts of money. Like, I was like, bruh. I was like, there's no way. So yeah, it was crazy, man. It was crazy. You said it's a stimulus on top of PUA unemployment was crazy. Yeah, bro, it was nuts. It was nuts. So yeah, that's what happened at that period of time. So the reason why I'm bringing that up though was that there were people that were playing these gacha games that had that. They were in that situation, bro. So like a lot of people were like, well, where were these people getting the money from? They were getting it from that period of time. And so there were people that were watching people drop 9K, and they were like, well, I could drop 5K easy. Like, you know, like, and it was what it was. There was also, at that time, you guys might remember it, but there was like this gold bottle. Like, it's predominantly known, I forgot what it's called, but it was like a gold bottle of either like champagne or alcohol or something like that. But a lot of people were buying it, and I think like a bottle of it was like $300 or something like that. I cannot remember what it was called, but people were online flexing that, and they like, so I remember watching people literally waste their money. Like, I remember watching that. This is also during the early phases of TikTok. So a lot of those people that made smart investment choices blew up on TikTok, or like in my case, I was able to establish myself and blow up on YouTube. They're like, bro, some people really took that period of time and really locked in and changed their lives, like for the better. And I remember like looking at people, they were laughing at me. They were laughing at people doing TikTok. Oh, that's not a job. I'm like, bro, we all inside the house. What are we supposed to do? Like, you know, and those people now are doing their thing. And it's crazy how many people like could be in a completely different place if they really like invested stuff better, man. You said 1942 Don Julio. Is that what it was? Hold on, chat. I gotta look this up. Cause yo, I'm telling you, I was sitting there because I don't drink, so I was watching people like just go ham, and I was like, yo, I'm like, they really wilding right now. Was it that? Yo, it was. It really was, bro. It really was this crap. Yo, it was. And they was straight, yo, I was seeing the most regular people with it. And I'm like, bro, you are not Beyonce or Jay-Z, dog. You do not need all that. I'm like, you better go get some $15, something that's like $15 or $20 and call it a day. I like, yeah, so like that, some people did that, bro. Some people did that. That's like, oh man, that's crazy. It's Don Julio, 1942 Don Julio. I'll drop the name so you can search it, so you can see what it looked like. But yeah, bro, a bottle of that is $365. Like, and I remember watching people buy that all through COVID. Like I never forget that, because I was like, wait, why is this like so popular right now? And they like, we lit, you know, and got that in their videos and stuff. And I'm like, oh God, I'm like, they're gonna be big mad when that money ran out. And that's what ended up happening. Money ran out and nothing changed. You know, so I don't know, man. Like I tell people all the time, dude, if another COVID happens, bro, I swear to God, yo, chat, you guys are gonna hold me accountable for this. If another COVID period happens ever again in our lifetime, I will dead run like a streamer like university, or a content creator like university. I will dead help people like figure out how to get on and like make content and do stuff, because what that's gonna do is everybody's gonna be locked back in, being in a house again. Yo, I will help people get like for real, because that period of time was unlike any other. Like if you like, for those that really did take the time to like step into content creation, they stepped into a whole nother life, basically. You said we had sir, where people were unemployed, getting 2,000 to 2,500 every couple of weeks, making more than me actually working. So they all had to pay it back now, though. See, that's the crazy thing, Zay. Like, I was smart. I took my taxes out, and so everything that I basically had, so they took the taxes out of it. So everything I got was basically was legitimate. Some people did get overpaid, though. That did happen. So some people like that period of time was just so cooked, man. Because I'll never forget, my grandmother got like all at once. They just dropped like 30K on her, right? And she was like, I don't know why they gave me 30K, but I think it was a mistake. And then they asked for the 30K back. I'll never forget that. And my grandma was like, I don't have it. I was like, Grandma, why'd you spend it? I was like, yo. So yeah, she ended up having to pay that back, man. I was like, dude, yeah, I'll never forget that. You said someone make a university for that, so Zox could start his. Bro, no, I listen, and I'll just help people, bro, because it's really not that hard. It's just consistency, bro. You said I got affiliate on Twitch and COVID, bro. Literally, like easiest thing ever, man. Like, partner is like crazy though. Partner is like a whole nother beast. Partner is like getting to that 75 and trying to be consistent with that, man. That's a whole nother beast, I will say. You said grandma needed a new caddy. No, my grandma, she probably spent that on a seafood boil. You said Gacha University, bro. Now, honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I gotta shout out dudes like Kai Cenat, for doing what he's trying to do with his platform. Like, he's trying to help people. I can only respect that. I mean, there's some other stuff mixed into that, but dude, I respect people that try to help people, man. Partner is a grind, bro. It is a grind. He said COVID changed the world. Everybody working from home now, bro. This is why I'm here where I'm at now. People were like, "How'd you go full time?" I'm like, "COVID." Like, I kid you not. That's how I got my first laptop. It was $1,000 laptop. It was an MSI. I ran a couple of different games on it. When I say I played Genshin on that PC, and I ran that PC into the dirt. Like, I ran that PC into the dirt. But that $1,000 that I made, or that I spent, I basically tripled the amount that I made from starting my YouTube channel. So that in turn, it was an investment. So I invested the $1,000 for the laptop. I had a $75 Razer camera, and that Razer camera had a built-in light. Had a built-in light in it. And like now, like people will see my equipment now. I got all this Elgato webcam, Elgato mic, all this other stuff. But bro, I literally flipped my resources. And the only time I bought something new is when it could make me money, or I knew it was like I made money off of it to be able to level up into the next thing. So like whenever people start, I always tell them like, yo, you don't have to start out crazy. You start out with simple stuff. You make your money, and then you go and you buy the next thing. You invest it into the next thing. You don't have to start out with the top of the top equipment. Said you be calling into places nowadays and hearing kids and TVs in the reps background. Nah, for real. He said, I respect it. It may not be my style and vision, but he is trying. But that's the thing, man. Like, Kai is actually younger than me, right? And I think the problem is sometimes is that, like, instead of us, like, and it's not, I'm not even saying it as an older generation, but instead of us like trying to like help people and like not just helping them, but supporting them and letting them know that we do see the good that they're trying to do, we harp on all the bad things. He's still young. Like he's learning, making mistakes just like everybody else. Dude, give me a camera when I was 21, 18, 21 years old. Man, the amount of dumb shit you would have seen. Like, I'd be out here just like Speedy, jumping off top of the top of the roof. Like, bro, like the thing is, and that's why, like, even with our parents and our parents, they're so hypercritical of us, but they didn't have anybody to record their mistakes. So they could make mistakes for 20 years and nobody knows. You make a mistake now, people can pull it up. They can pull up footage of it 20 years later from now. That's what happened to a lot of people not too long ago. Creators like Shane Dawson, he had videos pulled up from like 2010, and they straight up nuked him for videos he made in a period of time where people didn't really care about the types of videos he was making. They canceled him 10 years later because it was recorded. Like that's just how crazy it gets now in like the current climate. And this is why I always say to people, I'm like, bro, I don't put out certain things because yo, you might get away with it now, but you could be chilling for a smooth X amount of time. And then somebody gets bored and says, you tilt somebody just a little bit, they're gonna pull up your history from the last 20 years or from 10 years ago. And then they're going to use that as ammunition to cancel you now. Shane lost so much of his stuff. They demonetized him. Like, he got demonetized for something that happened 10 years ago. I was like, bro. I was like, yeah, that's all I need to see. Because that means that everybody can get got. He said, my point was Zox, his heart is in a good place. But some people came in. You're talking about, no, I wasn't talking about you, Maverick. I was just saying in general. No, you're absolutely right. Some people didn't take it seriously. Yeah, that's on them. When you get an opportunity, that's on you, bro. I will say there were some people that like he was trying to help and they were just being weird. I was like, okay, I also think it's this. I believe wholeheartedly that not everybody needs to be famous. Not everybody needs to be popular. Right? I make more money than some people that have 100,000 subscribers right now. And that is a fact. I know that to be true. And when I actually learned and understood how things actually worked, I was like, wow, I've been doing this completely wrong. Like, I've been doing this completely wrong. You don't need a 100K channel to be making bank. You don't even need 50K. Like, I've been making bank since I've had a 12,000 subscriber channel because I figured out what to do. And that's all it is. Once you figure out what it is, what the medium is in your space, and you can make it work for you, bruh, the damn sky's the limit. But it also changed my perception on the growth part. I'm like, that's why when people talk about, oh, your subs are here, hey man, subs will come when they come. Like, that's not even where that's not where I'm making my money from. It's not from subs, you know? So it's like, that's why I said like and this all goes back to what I was saying initially, was that the whole premise of like the business and even some of the decisions that's being made in this game, it's like trying to find stuff and how you got to try to find the medium where things aren't as invasive to players, right? So it's the same thing. Like with you guys, like as a streamer, a lot of people, they live off of like their subs or their ad revenue. I live off of neither one of those. Like, I had to make that conscious decision. I was like, okay, in order for me to be able to enjoy what I do, I can't make it about that. It has to be about something completely different. And so once I did that, I figured out that I need to make companies should be the ones paying me, not my viewers. My viewers should just be able to come in and enjoy themselves. Once I figured that part out and I made it more about that, bro, like when you really think about it, not that companies aren't capped, or uncapped, but they got a way bigger cap than than like a viewer does for the most part. And that's the thing too. It's just like you make it about that, and that's why I'm able to come into my streams stress free. Hey, what are we doing today? Absolutely whatever we want. Like that's the thing, bro. Like if you just gotta learn your respective space. That's it. You said just like Corey Kenshin. Yeah, bro. I'm telling you, man. And that's why, like I said, like I know there's a lot of people like I'm just realizing, G, that you actually even stream, bro. Like I went and actually looked the other day or yesterday actually. And I was just like, bro, that's why when people try to make it about like white knighting and stuff like that, I'm like, bro, if I'm being real, like I don't care even with like the contracts and stuff like that. I actually write a lot of people don't realize I actually, so one thing I had to learn when I stepped into doing what I do now, I've gotten very comfortable with infiltrating spaces early and writing my own contracts. I don't negotiate off of just what companies want. I like having the liberty to say what I want. I do get though, it's within reason. Like you don't want to, like it's within all companies' right that they're not going to endorse somebody that's trashing their game and giving them a bad image. That's fair. But I still have, because of how I handle things, I have the freedom to still speak my mind in a constructive manner. But that's just how I am anyway. I don't like feel like I have to be a jerk to get my point across, because whether I'm a jerk or not, if I say it nice, they might listen. If I say it terribly, they might listen. Like it's not a guarantee either way. So for me as a professional, as I'm looking for, more opportunities and for developers to come into my community and say, you know what, we want you to do this, we want you to do that, we would love to do that. Like, it's because of how I handle things. Then they see how I engage my community. So like, for example, like I told you guys, Jack is in my Discord. I have other producers and developers in my Discord. So I'm never concerned when it comes down to opportunities. It puts me in a position where I can actually do more things for my community and I can just enjoy myself. He said, speaking facts, my guys, so your fans will be more loyal to you since you aren't milking them at every opportunity. Look, like, hey, what's up, Sky Angel? How you doing, fam? If you guys even notice, bro, I don't ask for certain things. I never ask. Like, bro, the only reason, and this is a fact, the only reason why I do subathons, even on Twitch, is because people ask for them. I legitimately have people be like, man, like, can we do a subathon? So that's why I'll do a subathon. I don't care to do subathons if I'm being real. Honestly, I would just stream for 24 hours. But that's just the culture on platforms like Twitch. So I respect it. I'm like, all right, well, that's the culture. That's fine. But I would just do a 24-hour stream. Like at the end of the day, to be honest. You said, which better for Shieta, S2, S3, to farm Doki Inferno? Shieta needs her, I think it's her passive. Is it her passive? I'm pretty sure it's her passive first. But also I think her S3 is kind of massive for damage. Where's my Shieta at? Yeah, I think it's her passive. Yeah, this is, it says, yeah, her S2 gives her attack. Yeah, it's S2. Yeah, okay. Yeah, S2. Yep, it's S2. Yep. You said 24-hour stream on the 2 times event, right? Oh man, it might be a while. It's probably not gonna be 24. I'm planning on doing a subathon though for Persona when that drops, because the thing about that day though is gonna be 2 games we're gonna be playing. We're gonna be playing Persona and we're gonna be playing Silver and Blood, because there's 2 games that drop that day. So that's why that day is gonna be lit. That's gonna be the 26th. So I'm like planning that out now. So I'll still give me like about a week to kind of promote it. But yeah, that's that. The 21st is the 2 times event. That's this Saturday. It's like kind of off topic. It's like Ume drops that day too. Damn, 3 games dropped that day. Yo, we gonna be mad busy. He said, kind of off topic, but I was thinking about it because like Kai hearing it for the first time. If you haven't, I highly recommend checking out Ace Trumpets and So Be It. I feel like I went back 20 years ago. Wait, are those? Wait, are those creators, Zay? He said, "What time will you be going live?" By the way, for the 2 times, probably earlier in the day. Probably it'd probably be my regular time. Probably like 1 or 2, CDT time. You said, "Does Silver and Blood have PvP?" I think it does. I think it does. I think it does have PvP. I'm trying to remember though. I feel like it did. Cyan, didn't it have PvP in Silver and Blood? Because I know they changed some stuff, but you said yeah, it did have PvP. You said Miss Zoxna not allowing a 24-hour stream. No, not this weekend, because she's gonna be coming back today from her road trip. She ain't having that. I need to watch a TV show with you. Yo, you are. Yo, I already know I'm getting aggroed, bro. Yo, so listen, you guys are gonna start saying it from now on, but it's called waifu aggro, man. I got shout out to Sion for that. Yo, we're gonna get aggroed. It's waifu aggro, bro. That's what it is. He says 2 times tomorrow or the following day. Not tomorrow. Not for us. It depends on your region. I'm pretty sure, because 2 times for global is gonna like literally be on the 21st. You said freedom is gone. Nah, for real. It said my girl told me I need to come see her. Yeah. Hey man, when she says that, that means that's what you got to do. So I can't even stream long tomorrow. Yeah, that's what you got to do. You got happy wife, happy life. He said, "Cool man, we'll be there." Said it's 4 a.m. But I'm gonna be early bed tomorrow. Yo, Ranesh, I appreciate that, fam. I mean, the other thing is too is like I'll be grinding like for a bit, so like you don't have to come right as soon as the stream starts. Like if you come later, we got a crazy amount of stamina to blast. Like it's gonna be a lot, because that's not even including like I'm still working up stamina, and then I might, if they have any of the packs reset, I might get some extra stamina. You said when Silver and Blood? That comes out to 26, bro. Persona comes out to 26. Silver and Blood comes out to 26, and Ume I guess comes out to 26 as well. Like every game is coming out to 26 for some zero reason. I don't know why they're doing that, but hey, more games, I guess. So like I guess. He said no man, I'm just hyped for myself. Said, well, we'll do that anyways, but I don't mind tuning in for some good comedy. Yo, I appreciate that. Okay, no worries. You said it was like you and Sion should do so use the name Div Kudo. So it's like the huge game name. Wait, what do you mean? Was that like a gaming group or something? You said they competing? Are they though? I don't think okay, so here's the thing. Persona's a guaranteed banger. Silver and Blood is a sleeper. And Ume is I'm assuming that's something with waifu, so that's gonna get people regardless. So like that's the thing. Ms. Zox Inferno clearing stream win. I'm dead. Dude, she's probably not even doing Nightmare, which is the funniest thing. You said, can you combine shadow prints? Yes, you can. You said I work Friday and Saturday, but I wake up at 4:45 a.m. Saturday, so I might just max my energy so I get sleep at least. Yeah, that's fair. So yeah, I got 60 ms to blast. Yeah, that's a lot. That's 6k stamina, bro. People have a hard time blasting 1k, let alone 6k. Said Uma's about racing horse girls. Said it's pretty huge in Japan because guys like to bet on horses on TV. Yeah, so so they were kind of explaining that to me last stream. Yeah, I feel like all 3 games are gonna have their respective audiences and do well. Cause like I said, they're kind of putting me in a real tough situation, because it's like, dude, how are you gonna release Persona #1, which is like one of my favorite games, and then you're gonna release a game that's like emulating Castlevania? I was like, which is also one of my favorite games. So I'm just like, damn, I'm playing them both. You know, like that's the only conclusion there. And so I have on one of my channels, I'll be putting Silver and Blood content on that. I already have started doing Silver and Blood content over there. And then the other channel, or this channel, I'll be uploading Etheria and Persona content. And that'll just be so that we can kind of mix it up. So, because I technically am doing variety stuff now. So you said that horse game already doing crazy numbers, and JP said they're doing. So wait, is it like any fighting involved, or is it literally like horse racing, basically? Is that what it is? It says Cyan uses the Kudo. It made it a big channel. Oh, it made it a meme on his channel. Oh, okay. Oh, it's just horse racing. Wow. Okay. See, do people in the West like horses? Actually, people specifically, I think people in like Montana. Anybody in chat live in like Montana? Because there's not really many places in the States where people like race horses. Like, I feel like it gotta be like Montana or something. Is that, oh yeah, that Persona, I'll let you do my pulls first day. So I'm gonna spend 300 the first day, so be ready. All right, bet, I got you. It said they love that game. Yeah, dude, I feel like we don't have a lot of places in the States that like is like where racing is popular. He says Persona gonna be PC too. Yeah, they should have a Steam client, a Windows client, Google Play, and Apple, if I'm not mistaken. I don't think emulation is gonna be just you trying to be a tryhard really at that point. The game does not run well on EMU at all. So yeah, they're gonna have a PC client though, because CN and TW already have it. The cool thing is though is that we're getting Persona, I think the same time JP's getting it. So JP hasn't even had it, which is kind of interesting. It's always interesting to me that like JP doesn't get certain like anime games. It's usually CNTW that gets it when it comes to gacha, at least. But I guess it's because it's like CN publishers be trying to push for that stuff. You said horse racing, but girls like, bro, that's boob jiggle would be insane. Oh, so that's why you guys are playing. He said, Zoxfam, I want you to do a big pose for me like you did with people on Dislike. Yeah, I got you, man. Like I said, we're probably going to be picking that back up anyway once Miss Zox is back. For sure. So Chinese servers have better reroll than on mobile than PC. So hope they fix that for PC global release. Yeah, maybe they might. I would think so. But then again, they might do the JJK thing where it's like, we're not going to give you any QOL, even though we've had this other server for X amount of time. We'll update it as we go. You'll eventually get the QOL, you know? Like that's just how they are, bro. Like, so hopefully it's just like we're good. We get a good publisher, and we get to cook on it. But is that you think it's worth to build Shiida even if I have a skilled Messiah? Wait, max skilled Messiah? So I was debating if Rosa and Shiida investment is basically the same. Well, no, not really, because like Shiida is just like her skill 2. Rosa needs more skill investment for her to really operate properly. And I would even say like trying to do things like Inferno and like really doing harder content. Messiah does need more skill ups than just his skill 3. He definitely needs his skill 3, his skill 2, and definitely his skill 1 helps him. Like, because he needs to do damage on everything. Rosa and him are very, very expensive characters at endgame. Like if you want them to be full fledged, they're very expensive. Like characters that like I said, it kind of is like either one with the Shiida or the Ramoka, because they only require that one investment in the skill. They don't need to be fully invested. So Ramoka is her skill 3, Rosa is her passive, her skill 2. So it would be nice to see future gacha game or gachas come out for everybody at the same time. Yeah, that's how a lot of games are now. You usually will see that, like, you're seeing that a lot more now. But a lot of games, like that game's been out for a while on CN, so yeah, some games we just don't get over here, man, in other markets. Like that's the other thing. Like they have way more games that come out over there than they are here, and usually by the time we get them, it's on average about a year gap, sometimes 2. So Messiah is 155. The thing is, my Doki runs are unpredictable with Messiah. That's why I wanted to do Shieda. Well, I know if you're running Messiah, you kind of sort of want to run him with Lily. That's kind of the thing. Shieda, I think, will be a little bit less of a investment choice. Is I only have Messiah S3 Max, also just a Rosa, also just a Rosa. Yeah, I would say yeah. If you're trying to use them both, yeah, like because you need something to kind of help enable that. Yeah, because Shieda can definitely do it on her own as a main DPS. But yeah, like the Messiah is usually paired up with someone to basically enable him more often, so he can ult more and just hit more in general. So turn dot might be the move for Inferno low key. Turn push is just key at this point. Yeah, turn dot is like turn dot got nerfed right before release. Her turn push was actually pretty nuts. That's who I'm using on my other account. Where's she? Yeah, her turn meter push, which I think it was and then technically she has it's actually similar to what's her name? Mia. It's a turn meter decrease. And it's 20% per, so just like if you have 30% of that reduced, that's still not bad. So even if you go to 30% turn meter push on a 4 hits on, oh no, it's a 30% chance. Yeah, it's a 25%. So the effect is 25. Increase the chance to turn meter down. No, so it stays the same. So they kept it at 20%, but 30% chance at max. And then dispelling buffs goes up to 40%, so you can get that to like 80%. And so I feel like companies keep games on the East because the player base isn't as hostile as ours. I mean, that and money, man. They're like those are their main markets. They make way more money over there a lot of the times. So my units are around 270 except Lily, cause oh, you said Lily, who's 300 because of PvP. Yeah, bro, that's what I was saying. Like, Sate, what are you farming right now? With your units being at like 270 on, like, are you in Inferno at all right now? He said, what do you think about, he said, what do you think is the best shell for Hoyan? Best shell for her? Ooh, I'm going through the list here. I would say for her specifically, because White Fang is better on multi-hitters. That's kind of the thing. I mean, not White Fang, Revelation. White Fang is good on her. I'm trying to think what else I would use on her. What was I using before? It wasn't, it might have been just White Fang. Just for the raw damage. Hold on, let me see. Count is another one, but I mean, Count could work on her too. That's kind of the issue. This is like, it's not really necessarily, yeah, it like White Fang is what I was using before on her. Revelation, that's why I can't really say why, like really with Revelation, because here's the problem, right? Hoyan wasn't out when Revelation was released. So I couldn't tell you how she operates on a Revelation because it wasn't out yet. White Fang was the best in slot for her at that time. That or Law of Silence if you were doing PvP. Because and even then they've changed the void state, so it's different. But yeah, this is actually way better now. But if you're using her in PvP, Law of Silence was like kind of her go-to. But in like most general content, when she was like nuking bosses and stuff, you just put her on White Fang and she just did what she needed to do. He said trying to get 333 shell is the lottery, bro. I give you credit for trying to do that right now. Said just farming. Oh, you're just farming shells? Okay, so hey, no, makes perfect sense because yeah, it's a lot, bro. It's a lot. Yeah, hold on, let me actually put my stuff back on auto. Yeah, it's a lot, bro. I think even now, like, where am I at? I gotta be up there, back up there now. Yeah, I'm almost back at 1 million. I had like 2 million training data earlier today, so Yeah, no worries, Soul. Appreciate you, fam. Say units don't get to move with the right Messiah setup at the moment. Yeah. So spent like the last 5 days farming 3 shells. Still did not get a good. Yo, that's like, bro. That's why I said it's super intense farming, man. Like it just is. I think we've done enough count. I think we've done enough. All right, guys. I think what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna put this back on auto. Let's see, we got enough revelation. Like, yeah, we like, oh my god, the freaking lighthouses. The artisans are crazy. We got enough codexes. Got a good amount of alicorns. Could go for a supernova though. Farm some supernovas up. You said you spend 7 days on just shells. Nah, for real though. I've been farming shit. Like, yeah, I got almost 500 shells I'm sitting on right now. Yeah, I'm probably gonna do what dungeon are we gonna do? I would use Fortissimo. I mean, I could build them, but I like having a supernova too. Cause that's for active healing. This is for when you need healing. They're both are good. They have 2 different applications though. I'm trying to think though. I mean, I farmed quite a bit of this though. I need to actually go to a different boss. We got enough revelation, ambers. I think my problem is I don't like, other than like Halloween, I kind of don't need anyone else from here. Shanghai Jing is kind of a thing too, but I might do some more gigabytes. Supernova is for when you're actively about to heal. Sutamo or Fortissimo saves healing for when you need it. Excess healing for when you need it. So both can technically work, but it's like if you're at the point where you're over healing for any reason, then it gets stored into Fortissimo, and then it'll use it when you need it, when your HP drops below a certain percentage. Supernova just gives you a higher healing efficiency, and then also will give you a heal over time as well. So I've been living in Gigabyte City. Yeah, I need to farm gigabytes really, because the cut from Gigabyte is like pretty big. Is that also a part of the actual healing? Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that too. Yeah, I probably do need to do more Gigabyte, to be real. Because like right now, I think out of all the shells I've been farming, that's probably the least on my account right now. Yeah, I think, yeah, we're going to go back into Gigabyte City. Yeah, we'll go back into Gigabyte City. Because we got 2 gigabytes. I think I comfortably need 1 more. At least for right now. I think having 3 is kind of the sweet spot, I feel like. For the most part, because typically most teams, if you're doing a 5-man, it would be 3 supports you could put that on, and that like if you can have 3 supports cutting, you could probably get through so much crap. To be honest. You said you got 4, dude. I've seen some people running 4 gigabytes in PvP. I'm just like, oh brother. You said artisan is broken, dude. I've seen full teams of artisans too. There was some dude. That's what I was saying. Some guy cheesed, and it really, in honesty, I couldn't even call it a cheese because it was kind of smart. He used a whole team of artisans to beat a freaking inferno difficulty, bro. I was like, yo, like, what made you think of like to do that? Like, let me just put 4 artisans on everybody. Like, okay, like, hey, listen, that's what I said. Some of it is just like it's just people just haven't thought about doing it yet. Because I was even thinking about some crap like that. You said apparently it's bugged. At least that's what I've heard in another stream. It could be. I mean, it's the same thing I was saying with the revelation thing. Because I was like, I don't know, man. Like, you said, you like the hat? Yo, appreciate that, Slumlord. Yo, this hat. Listen, I'll send you guys the place. It's called what is this place called? Hold on, I'm gonna get the name real quick. I'll put you guys on. It's called Politics. Like out where I'm at, in Texas, it's a store. It's about like 40 minutes away from me, but you can order stuff from them online. It's a sneaker store, but they also sell like hats and stuff like that too, clothes. You said UNG about to have the strongest shadow Sania. Hold on, man. Boom. There you go. That's to their website. Listen, man, hey, listen, I don't hold out on stuff, man. Sneaker Politics, yeah, they're a pretty dope store. I got some fire shoes from there too. But in the store, like the actual storefront, they sell like unique stuff in there. It said now the 4 artisans dude wasn't a bug. They weren't stacking. They would replace each other the moment the shield value reached 0. So it looked like a bug because all the cooldown reductions that was going on with Mia and Kazuyo. Yeah. Oh, so that's what it was. Okay. Yeah. So, bro, that's the crazy thing is though, is that those units literally their gimmick is to cool down pets. Like Mia literally can cool down pets. That's why I was like, dude, Mia is mad underrated. She's mad underrated. But yeah, that's mad smart. That's mad smart, dude. Is like literally just take the 2 characters and then basically give you an uptime almost infinitely on everything. So you're getting more skill usage and you're also outliving everything. That's I'm gonna finesse a strat with something along the lines of that. Not exactly that, but just messing around with that character because Mia, like I said, like she skyrocketed, I would even argue, my Aurora team because she was closing the gap on my Hoden. You said Mia has a crazy pack kit. Yeah, she's very, very underrated, yo. Like she is. He said, yeah, and Kachi the guard increases buff by 1 to 2 turns buff, so turns into 3 turns, so it's perfect. Yeah, Kachi the guard is also extremely underrated as well. He's definitely very underrated. So I think the big thing is she doesn't have a true cleanse. Well, you talking about what's her name? Mia? Because Mia, I mean, the thing with her is, I mean, it's a dispel, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I think it's a 40. Yeah, she could dispel 1 buff. So she can dispel. Yeah, she can dispel. I think it's just a matter of like what you're building her for. I think her problem that she runs into is that it's kind of hard to build into effect accuracy with her when she also scales her healing off of her HP. That's kind of the difference between like her and like a Ling Lao, for example. Like you could build Ling Lao, like if she actually landed stuff, you could go for more effect accuracy because her healing scales off of that person's HP. But Mia actually heals off her own HP. So it's kind of like, okay, do I build into that so I can heal more, or do I try to get more healing efficiency, or do I try to get more accuracy so she can actually strip properly? Which I really feel like you rather just make sure it just make her bulky so she can heal, and then you get the cooldowns for everybody else. So if you open an Asia server, Kachi is being used on every Inferno clear. What's the dude? You know what I noticed about the Asia server? They're very much so like in tune with the like, because they're the ones that started the Victor, the whole Victor strat. Like that's why Victor became popular. That's why I said like there's certain strats that I'm like, yo, that was the Asia server. Like they started the Victor thing. So it's just kind of funny because nobody's even talking about Kachi the guard over here. Promise you or not. I use him on. I was using him on my my free to play account, but nobody's talking about him for real. You said Asia loves Vice. Asian players, I noticed they really like, and it's not to sound away, but they like to play the game. Like they like to play the game. So that's the difference. They like to play the game. The times that you'll hear them complain about stuff is because something truly got to be scummy. Like they're very, very like dedicated and they'll invest a lot. but it has to be something truly, truly scummy for them to go crazy. Like, you said they read. Well, there's that too. You said saw a post of Reddit glazing Kachi the guard. Lots of upvotes, so they're catching up. I mean, it's not even that, like, it's not even just so much that. They're just trying different strategies. Like, that's all it is. That's why when people are saying, well, it's impossible to do this, I'm like, no, it's not. I'm like, you just haven't tried the strategy yet. So, I mean, that's really what it is. He said the thing is Kachi Guard needs 160 to 180 effect accuracy to get all three effects of his S3 to work. So around 220 to 250 speed. So yeah, kind of only good for in-game. Yeah, exactly. No, that's valid. Because even getting like 160, that's like all effect accuracy pieces. Like basically. And then 250 to 220 to 250. Yeah, you got some good speed. Like that's not bad speed for on him for sure. And 250 is like, that's where my Lily is right now. She's like 257. He said, plus Asians spend more in games, so can afford to build everything and experiment. Well, see, that's the thing in this game, though. Like, they could be, like, the spending isn't even, like, really the thing in this game. Because this game, everybody's kind of in the same position, spending-wise, because you can only spend but so much per day. So there's people on the global server, for example, that's been buying everything every day. It's really the fact, again, that they just are they micromanage different than we do. That's one thing I'll say that I've noticed with a lot of like Asian players, they micromanage different. So when they think about how, like, they think about a lot of things from the bottom up. So that's why there's like these R units that are popular, because they're looking at like, okay, what's going to give me the lowest investment for but the biggest bang for my investment. So that's just how they generally approach stuff. So that's why they'll figure out little witty like strategies, like the whole Vice thing. You know, like it just makes sense. That's just how they approach games. You said so you have to learn and come up with strategies, bro. It don't get you far. Yeah, spending. You said spending gets you lattice and upgrade mats. What do you mean? But that's the thing. It's like per week you can only buy but so much. They, like, for example, like there's people on global that are buying out everything. Shoot, I got pretty close to being able to buy out every pack, and I didn't even spend that much. But the thing is that even with lattice investment, doesn't necessarily mean you're going to be making optimal choices either. He said Asia doesn't think on what works early game; they think on what works late game and more generalist, on a more generalist consensus. That's very true. That's why the Victor made sense, because they were trying to build units that allowed them to have more general usage. And I tried to explain that to people, but they were like, "He's trash." And then afterwards, they all started using him. And then when he got nerfed, they were upset. But I'm like, you guys said he was trash, though. Like, I was like, dude, like, y'all literally said he's trash. He said, Loki, I think it's because there's just more players in Asia, so equals more tries. That's a possibility. But then again, I mean, yeah, that's a fact. That is definitely a big part of it. But I also think too, like in this game specifically, the Asian market I don't think was necessarily the predominant player outside of like some of the initial betas. Like once we got into like some of the later betas, it kind of averaged out. But yeah, they come up with some very interesting strategies. Their community, I will say, collectively was a lot smaller than it was on most other games I've seen. Because even like the wiki and stuff, like they didn't really do anything until I guess now release. Maybe they might be doing something with it, but usually they be like super on top of stuff. Like it'll be like done months and even sometimes years beforehand. You said that stuff mean nothing if you don't know how to play. Yeah, that says spending not everything. He said even spenders can get clapped by the worst character. There's a lot of spenders that are stuck right now in hell. To be honest, they're not doing Inferno. And they bought everything, because even like buying everything doesn't allow you to, like, say for example, like there was somebody that was like, oh well, Wells can just buy a Shadow Sania. No, they can't. No, they can't. You go ahead and try buying a Shadow Sania and see how that turns out. You might just be in that banner a few $1,000s in, and then at that point you deserve to have Shadow Sania. Like you deserve to have Shadow Sania at that point. Cause yeah, that's still you pulling against five other characters now. So, hey, GG, you said minus 2,350 for a Shadow Sania. Like, you said no glazing, but they just have higher tolerance to BS than the global audience. It's on some things. You said you gotta pull her nothing but copies. Yeah, bro. Yeah, like nah, you're like pushing Leviathan if you're going like I'm gonna go LD banner and just get her, right? Like you're on Leviathan type of time, cause ain't nobody, not even just like whales are doing that. Like that's Leviathan time. That's Leviathan gaming. Yeah, I'm going LD banner. I'm just gonna pull till I get her. All right, I still gotta eat and rent to pay. You said Korean players don't mess with gaming companies. No idea with what some of y'all talking about. Well, I mean, yeah, Koreans are like that, but I mean, like Asian or Asia players are like, this is much vast. That's like Indians, that's Japanese, that's Chinese. That's like Asian players. It kind of makes up a big market in general. But Korean players, yeah, no, Korea got development companies like Netmarble, of course. Like, of course, they got Netmarble. You know, you said I have 3 Sinias. You said it's not hard to get her, bro. That's absolute cap. I still don't have a Obo on my account, and he's not even as hard to get in comparison to a Shadow Sania. So the thing is that like you can get certain units, but that's RNG, right? I pulled every LD in this game but Shadow Sania. So if she was easy to get, I would have had her already. I pulled 2 copies of Mio. I pulled Heinrich, I pulled a Messiah, and I pulled a Lily. 2 copies of Mio though. Yeah, I don't have an Obo yet. I just got my first copy of Sutomo. So you can go chasing those characters and literally not get them. Like it is very possible. Like, and it's actually very common. Like honestly. So yeah, I think gacha games has less stigma, at least in Eastern Asia. So more spenders. Yeah, I mean, they also, I would be real with you. They don't like a lot of like the Eastern market doesn't actually engage the type of content or interact with the type of content that we produce in the West. So like the qualms and like certain types of content creation doesn't exist on Bilibili. Like that's the other thing. Bro said it's not hard to get her because he wanted to RNG Brothers Cafe his ass off. Bro, I already know some people that like went crazy trying to get her and didn't get her, bro. He's like, I got 3 copies of Sania. I'm the only one I'm missing is Mio now. But that's what I'm saying. Like, it's gonna be somebody. Like, you're gonna have one character or a couple characters that you just ain't gonna be getting. That's why I was surprised I got Mia the other day yesterday when I pulled. He said I want a Fangus, but he hasn't come home. Yeah. Everybody got one. He said I still don't have a team, and it's hard to figure out new comps to clear because the leaderboard showed nothing but the team comps. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, a lot of it is just like with those runs, it's making you have to supplement for 2 things. The Ting if he's paired up with a Lily, or the Ting if he has a certain type of like setup, like with like damage amp. So like as long as you can make up for that, sometimes it's like I have to run more bulk on my team. So like the strategy I was doing through like the Ember track, instead of me trying to like try hard and just like do certain stages a certain way, I just ran more support so I could just live longer and then work the content down. Because I think some things, it's not always about speed. It's about just, can you clear it? And, you know, when we're arguing semantics of like, is it 12 minutes versus like 6 or whatever? But I get that. Like, you don't want it to be super long. But like if it takes me 3-4 minutes, I'd rather do it that way than retrying to just try to one-shot something, to be honest. Like, you said, I want a girlfriend, but she won't come home, but Ling Lan won't leave me alone. Lonzo, what is wrong with you? Yo, Lonzo is a fool, bro. I want a girlfriend, but she won't come home. Yo, Lonzo, you got to be stopped, dog. You said, in fact, some of my anti-sync runs are like 15 plus minutes. That's what I'm saying. If that's going to get you to clear for the reward, that's what you got to do. Ooh, Gigabyte with Bloodbath and Strive is kind of nasty. Yo, a gigabyte with Bloodbath and Strive is kind of nasty. A gigabyte with Time Weave on it and Strive is kind of nasty too. Damn. That's actually really good gigabytes. I should be in here more often. Hold on, let me how much more stamina I got for the day? Oh, I got 2 more? I bet. Yeah. Decided to support Hoden and Leon and let them work. Yeah, that's a way of approaching it. So I protected the team comp, will kill the wave eventually. Yeah, that's the other thing too. Like, he's gonna do it eventually. That's why I said, like, even with like some of my runs, like I'm using the ting, but I'm not using them to speed clear anything. I'm just trying to go for a consistent clear. So the run might be 2 minutes. Like, but you said, have you beaten Sharon Inferno? I haven't even bothered going in there. No, I haven't even bothered going in there. I'm not even gonna lie. I don't even think I have the speed for it. Like, I'm almost certain as soon as I go in here, I get Elsped. So, and if not, she's gonna DOT my ass to death. All right, let's see. Oh yeah, she ain't having it. She's starting out slapping me to another universe. Oh my god, not even the speed. I don't have any, bruh. I don't even have the effect accuracy for this difficulty yet, let alone speed. Oh yeah, nah. Yo, that's the other thing too. You said, bro, smack me up. Bro, yeah, I don't have no raw damage for that. You said except for taunt. So that would mean I would need to use a whatchamacallit. Etheria does not yeah, she don't work in here. Oh yeah, that is right. She is immune to all debuffs. Yeah, that's absolutely right. Yeah, you are right. You said so how much effect accuracy and speed do you need for Inferno? Well, for this boss, she doesn't give a damn about what you got anyway. But speed wise, I'm getting rotated. And it's kind of bad for like how my pushes work. Like Klaus isn't gonna work in there because she's immune, so she doesn't get any push from her. Inferno Rengoku, I haven't even bothered. Let's see. We can go in there though. Yeah, Inferno Rengoku, absolutely not. I think he's also wow. Okay. Bro, we didn't even start. Yo, he ate that like a champ. He ate that like a champ, brother. Yeah, this is bro. But again, to be fair, I don't have any in-game gear. None at all. So I can't even be like, hey, like I don't even know if I even should be in that room. You saw the 3, 2, 1 and die before one faded out, bro. Yeah, Rengoku, nah. And he's immune to all turn meter effects too. You said, bro, I lost frame 1. Ready, but frame 1, bro. Yeah, nah. Nico Nana even I think is kind of a thing too. Like she's definitely one of the more easier ones. Oh wait, I'm in a continuous battle, Anar. Shadow Flame Heian, same thing. Like you just gotta straight nullify those damn ads. Like you can't mess around here hitting the ads on the side. You can get away with that crap. Or not even just hitting the ads, but just hitting her. Oh my god. Yeah, you can get away with that crap on Hell, but not in Inferno. Yeah, you gotta CC the ads on the side, and that either I would need to have like a Kraken or somebody along the lines of that to be able to do that efficiently. Because your Obel, yeah, Obel is great here. Yeah, Obel is, and the irony is I don't have him. Kazuyo can do it too, but that's also considering that summer just kind of sucks because stuff wakes up. So that's the only thing with that. Bramble Strive. Yeah, I'll give it to Silence all day. Yeah, Silence, I can see that. I can see that. Yeah, 1000%. Let's do this. Last one. I think that's all my stamina for the day. It's like you see my holding. Yeah. 2 times event starts the 21st. It's not the 20th. It's the 21st, guys. Maybe for Asia it might be tomorrow, but for global it's the 21st. Right. Yeah, this is my holding right now. Excellence hits 4 hits, so you can abuse Revelation 2. Yeah, or use Revelation. You changed the word. Yo, it says Excellence gaming value, love to see it, or gaining value, love to see it. Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like it's the progressive nature of the game, man. It's kind of like we've seen Veronica shoot up, we've seen Silence shoot up, we've seen obviously Shadow Sania shot up. Wait, is it blocking the stats? Hold on. Is it blocking the stats? Hold on. I'll show you what these are. So effect accuracy, crit, and effect accuracy, but I'll go back here so you can see it. Those are my stats, though. Is there a maintenance before the event? I think that's what the maintenance was yesterday. I think it's gonna live update, so it should just go live after the reset. Is that pretty much all the units people said that were bad? Some of the best units right now. Oh yeah, basically. Like, and that's why like I was very clear on beginner progression on my tier list versus like these are just the units that are just bad. I was like, nope, because I already knew I already knew what value they had, and when they rebuffed Veronica, I knew it was up for her. I was like, that they literally made the thing that made her bad good again. So I was like, oh yeah, it's up for her. He said, well, all these units becoming popular is gonna make not having them feel so bad. Makes target banner even harder. Yeah, that's why. Last thing I'll say, guys, before I head out. Like I said to you guys, what me and Sion actually did today, we actually typed up a whole proposal for a revamp for the beginner progression stuff. And what I'm actually pushing for is for it to also be retroactive. So that when they implement it, it's not only going to help new players coming in, but it's also going to help players concurrent in the game. Because there are a lot of things that I just feel like personally, like I think with the attempt of what they're trying to do with the hyperlink charter, it works, but it's missing a lot of pieces. Because this game is kind of heavy on like team building and combinations. So it definitely needs to be more content that's structured towards, or at least resources and rewards that are given to help players actually build their teams for each respective dungeon versus, hey, go do these dungeons. I think that's it's a little bit different. It's something that E7 identified. They just kind of identified it so late that it kind of didn't make a difference for like players that were coming in and out. Like I feel like E7 would have definitely kept more of their players if they would have addressed if they would have addressed that sooner. They would have absolutely been able to do more with that. And because they didn't address that sooner, like for those of you guys that were there, E7 player base was always beefing with Smilegate. Like always. Like it was always, and people who like talking about the nerfs in this game, dude, E7 was like the pinnacle of just nerfing what you got and not giving a damn. Like they just, that's just how they were. So I feel like it's like, learning lessons from that, the earlier that you can start pushing. I'm not even necessarily pushing for them to, so they still are. Yeah, I'm not even pushing for them to have it ready right away, because I do think that like even the stuff that we're asking for, it's a lot, but it takes time. I would rather them at least have it packaged so that they could put it on a roadmap so players know what they're getting. I think if they schedule out something like that, where they say like, hey, we want to have this new player system that gives you all these resources and rewards, people are going to be okay with playing and waiting for stuff like that because they know it's coming. Versus like when you don't know what's happening or you don't know what content's coming, it's going to be a lot less patience that's given. You said, I was so sad with my ML Cowerwick, and then he was the best in the game for a time. Yeah, I mean, even ML Cowerwick, I just feel like he's just generally a nice unit. It's kind of like Spectre 10A, like, right? She's just like every time I've come back, she's just always the ML you pick, but she does so much for your progression. So in a game like this, it's definitely one of those things where it's like, you have to start kind of looking at your game from that format. Spectre 10A was a character that was extremely hard to get at one point, and I think people forget that because now you can get her for free starting on a fresh account. You can get Arby. Arby, same thing. Arby was extremely hard to get. Like that wasn't like just a unit that you just get. It was like you either got real lucky or you paid for it. Like it was one of the two. So opening that up to players to be able to start out like that completely changed the game. Like it made the game more digestible and it made it easier for people to be able to ease into the game. But again, that's 7 years in. That's with Labyrinth and multiple gear dungeons, multiple gear sets. They got GVG. They got the Rift mode now. They got like Tower mode. They got the world boss. They got content in there for them to be able to do stuff. And then not even just content, they have units. The one thing I will say that makes certain things a little bit harder in this game is this game doesn't have enough units yet. That's one of the things, and the only reasons only ways that I would see we'll get pushback on certain things is because this game doesn't have enough units yet. That's really what it is. And so I can kind of understand that because they got to make the units and put more units in the game before they can start handing out certain things too. So wait until they start giving out free lilies or shadow Sinias for you to start in Etheria. Yeah, I mean, that's something that like later down the line they might just do, right? Like I don't see them not doing it because of how much they've already tried to give players in general. So people reroll for RB Vildred in E7 when it was only available in KE. By the way, which it was crazy. Yeah, that's how people were. Yeah. He said, do you have any math on general 6 stars we can make in a week? So the guy thing gave us a lot, but it's to say for free to play, pay 6 stars. I think somebody were talking about that earlier because a lot of us are kind of done with most of our hyperlink charter. I think it was like 2, like one, like it was like 2. I think 1 or 2, somewhere around there. Because I think with hyperlink charter it's pretty quick because you get a ton of resources, but from like the weekly mats and like events and stuff like that, it's gonna be like 1 or 2, I would say, and probably more closer to 1, to be real, because between like the event, union shop, you need about, if I'm not mistaken, is it 24 red or is it 24? Is it 2 right now? It's 2. It's 2 just off of standard content though. So it's 2 in 4 days. So yeah, that sounds about right though. Yeah, cause I know I haven't gotten any like shadow print stuff. I mainly have only gotten stuff for like summons. That's like the main thing. Yeah, that's really the main thing. So yeah, you get slingshotted the second. It's at 5 red. No, I'm talking about how many no, not how many, because I know it's 5 red, but I think to make those 5 red, I think it's 20 golds. Right? So 4, 8, 12, 16. Yeah, it's 20 golds. So 20 golds realistically, like if we go into the shop real quick. Is it 5 golds for 1 red? I think it's 4. It's 4. Is it 25? Is it 25? So it's 5? So it's 5. Okay. So 5 golds. And then that's also like, damn, then we got to do the math. Is it 4? I thought it was 4. Am I tripping? I thought it was 4, dog. Let me see. So how many does it take? So I can craft 2. That's an 18. So is it 5? It's 5? Okay. Yeah, so it's 5. 5. So 5 golds for 1 red. Huh? Y'all sure? It's not 4? No, it has to be 4. That math is not mathing. How are you gonna have 5 golds to make 1 red, but 5 to 6-star? That doesn't make sense. I'm pretty sure it's 4, bro. Like, am I? Wait, are we tripping here? I thought, yo, I promise you it's 4. Like, it's 4, right? Okay. Because like that doesn't make sense. I'm like, why would you do 5 for the 6-star, but not for the? It's 4, right? Okay, yeah. So it's 4. You said it's 5 to make a red shadow print. All right, yeah. Who is tripping? I don't know. Yo, I don't know. Hey, Neve, I don't know, bro. Now the crafter screen does need to be revamped a little bit. It does. Yeah, I can't look at. Hold on, let me see if I have another. Let me see if I have another unit that's max right now at 4-star. Okay, hold on. All right, so it's 4. It's 4 to make a 5-star. So why would it be 5 to make a 5-star shadow print, bro? like yo. Like that would like you said, cause devs. Like, yo, that's not mathing right now. I'm not like, yo, that is not mathing. That is not mathing. You said I'm new. What to farm from level 18 to 23. You got to follow Beach on the hyperlink charter. You got to follow everything it's telling you to do there. Like, so if it's telling you to like go farm like a module dungeon X amount of times, that's what you got to do. If it says go do the shell dungeon X amount of times, that's what you have to go do. If it's a first time clear, you go and do that. You said you're not counting the max yellow level yellow, so 1 + 4. Yo, is it? Oh damn! So you're spending 4 to make a 5-star though, so 5 to make 6 makes sense. Yeah, 4 to make 5-star, and 5 to make 6. Yeah, that makes sense. 4 to make 5, and then okay. So 1 + 4, but max level yellow. Max level yellow. What, you can't level shadow prints. So what is this max level yellow coming from? Like, am I tripping? Like, wait, max level yellow. Wait, so wait, are you saying like it's the unit replacement? You said that's just an analogy. You said so you need 4 gold to turn a 4-star into a 5-star unit. Character count as a star is what he's saying. Oh, okay. Okay. You say no, they're not cooked, bro. They're not cooked. They're trying to explain it. It's just I'm trying to understand the explanation. That's all it is. So but you need 5 gold to make a red shadow print. Okay, I see what you're saying. It's supplementing the character. Okay. That makes sense, chat. There we go. We learned something today. Yo, what's good? What's good, Carrie? What's up, fam? Oh, dude. Okay. Math, right? Imagine. All right. So, okay, I guess that makes sense. That makes sense. So even if it is 5, no, I get what they're saying, because technically the max leveled, I guess Animus is the body. So you don't technically like when you're crafting shadow prints, there's no max level needed. Instead of that, they supplement it with I guess they supplement it with an extra copy, is what it is. So I guess it's that. I guess it's that. I guess, for lack of better words, that's right, chat. That's where we're going with that. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. But I can't. I'm just explaining what's being explained to me. So I guess that's what it is, right? But okay. He said me whoosh. Yo. All right, so we get 1 here. So that's 5, right? And you get 4 here. So that's 4. That would be okay. So they're already at like 2. And that's just from that. Then 4 here and 4 here. So oh dude, I'm not even gonna ask how many purple it is. Oh, never mind. That just destroyed me. That destroyed me. I can't. You said, remember leveling and fusing phantasms? So they accidentally fed the wrong unit. Oh yeah. You said it's 4 purples. 4 purples to make 1 gold. So 4 purples to make 1 gold. Oh brother. I think what it is, my brain doesn't feel like doing math right now. That's really what it is. Set 5 3 4 2 5 3 4. Oh brother, no. You said you asked you guys for some. Yeah, go ahead and shoot, fam. Yeah. He said shell farming gave me the blues today. Why you say that? 5 gold, 4 purple, 3 blues. Okay. Said these prints are so-so, but I wish I could farm it better. Well, to be real with you, you don't really farm prints from anything else other than XP. That's where prints get dropped. Like they don't drop in anything else. And then I think even then it's only blues. I don't even think it's I don't think it's anything else. I don't think it's the other variation. Not yet, at least. Yeah, I think it's just blue. Yeah, it's just blue shadow prints. You said it's 60 blues for 1 red, right? Why does that sound right? I got 90 right now. No way. 60 blues for 1. Oh, wait. No. Actually, you might be right. Yeah, 60 blues for 1 red. Yeah, that actually sounds about right. Because I got 90 right now. Yeah, I'm trying to think. Damn, and then you got to like count up into the conversion. He said, just keep buying the shadow prints from the shop. Yeah, it just adds up. He said, until you don't need 6 stars, they're worth it. Yeah. He said, that's where I'm at. I had to turn my Heinrich back to level 50 from 1. Said I did it, but at what cost? I'm dead. He said, I've been getting pulls, farming XP, and shadow prints. Yellow. Hey, you've been getting yellow shadow prints? So you've been getting yellow shadow prints? Because if you get okay, I trust you. I know you're not trolling. So, hey, if you can get yellow shadow prints from there, then that's actually pretty big. That's gonna be nice then. It said GVG had me rushing for units and gear. Yeah, GVG definitely did make us put our foot on the pedal. So I can't pass Terror Hell 3. So my team detained Chloros, Klaus, Valerian, Holden, but it doesn't seem to be enough. To be real with you, Team Chloros, Klaus, Valerian, Holden. That team's missing something. So you're using strip, which I don't think you need until, well, actually, no, you can use that all the way up, but I feel like for that team, why do I feel like on that team, Freya was on that team setup? I'm not really too sure what you could be missing. I mean, there's like the investment in Chloros is a thing. Holden doesn't really need any. Dating's build is his build. Like, he just needs to be built. Klaus doesn't need any skill ups. Valerian needs her skill 3 for the death prevention mechanic. And then she just needs to be built bulky. So maybe it could be your shells. Like, what shells are you using on them? Yeah, because... Yeah, what shells? You say, yeah, I used Freya. Yeah, that's what I was saying. I think for that setup, it's like Freya's in there. Because there's like movement. You're lacking some movement in that team. So you would actually need like gigabytes so you can cut more. If you're going to let them get more turns like that. So I'm looking to 6-star my first DPS. Who to pick? Tiamat, Rosa, Ramoka, or Messiah. So I was thinking Ramoka, but she seems the worst for PvP out of those. I mean, to be honest, you need to be able to do PvE to do PvP. So, I mean, like most people, if they're 6-starring anything, like DPS wise, a lot of people's first 6 stars were still DPS. They started 6-starring their supports afterwards. Because like, to be honest, like if you're doing Rosa, you also have to commit to building Rosa fully. Tiamat really needs to be built. I wouldn't even say her first, to be honest. Messiah also needs to be built as well. And he actually just it's not even so much just the skills. He needs good gear. He really needs good gear. And I'd say Revelation helps him a lot. But yeah, you gotta use PvE to facilitate PvP. So Ramoka is probably, if you're like trying to do Doki Doki, she's gonna be the least investment choice on your out of those 4 to build. Now the other question is though, it's not just so much about DPS, but it's also about what support you have. So do you have like any LDs? Do you have close or class? Do you have like what do you have for those? Because to be honest, that kind of makes a big factor. That's a big factor too, because some stuff is easier to do depending on your supports. You have Klaus and Lily, so yeah, you can easily go into Ramoka then. Like Ramoka, the rest of the team, literally, it would be a Klaus, Ramoka. You run Kazuyo, who you can get for free. You run you could do I'm doing Valerian. You can go Freya. You can do Mio. That slot is kind of a flex slot. It's really whoever you want to rotate. And trying to think what else there is there. Yeah, that's basically it. So there's a lot you can do with that, with just that one unit. And then also with the Lily, if you go the Lily route and then say you want to use Messiah instead, you have to actually build up Messiah too. Some people have been using the Dog Boy and Doki Doki Inferno. Dog Boy, which one? Because there's 2 of them. There's Born and then there's Yang. Yeah, there's Yang and then there's whatchamacallit? Yang. Okay, yeah. Yang and Born are the doggy guys in the game. Said my free-to-play Messiah going 4-4-5. Yeah, see, that's what I mean. There you go. Yeah, you got to fully build them. If you're gonna go Messiah, you're actually committing to building a Messiah. That's what really allows him to like clear. To be honest, he can get away with the skill 3, but like later on, you want to build him for real. So the rat always claps me in PvP when I can't nuke her. Said I cringe when she starts smiling at me because it says never good outcomes. I hate the rat. So rat girls in E7. Oh yeah, what's her name? Shun, right? Is it Shun? Yeah, Shun, I think it is. Yeah, she's kind of busted. Now I'm thinking about it, I forgot. There was a predominant rat, or is a predominant rat character in E7. So Viper's a good investment for Aurora if you don't have Holding. Yeah, Viper is. Yeah, Viper is. It said Shu. Yeah, it's Shu. Yeah, you're right. It is Shu. You said, what's your opinion on Inferno or Silence on Inferno Doki? She works there, to be honest. So her thing is like she can ignore passives. I think she's doing something similar to what Shiada's doing right now, which is kind of why they're working so well. And then on top of that, because the whole Revelation thing is happening, people are like stacking them with Revelation because they can multi-hit. So like her, Freya, like those units are actually doing like kind of insane damage too because of those pets in there as well. So have you messed around with the Vice Kachi? No, not really, because I don't have the resources to do it. Not right now, at least. I got too many projects. You said, that's just kind of that. Yeah, I got too many projects. Hold on, let me see. Hold on, I was supposed to. All right. He said now it's ML Shoe, but she's falling a bit. Oh, that's fair. Yeah, I have seen it, Darius. Yeah, I always look into stuff. Like whenever you guys bring it up, I do look into it. You said what shell should I use on Valerian? You can use Gigabyte or Artisan. Depends on what you need, speed tuning wise. But yeah, Valerian works on Gigabyte or Artisan. He said, finally fixed my Hell 4 Doki Doki team. Only took half the day yesterday, plus all the stream. Yo, that's how it be. He said, I made a short video about our GVG in the Etheria. I'm gonna check it out, Acid. He's like, can you redo your character guides to match with the new findings so your old videos are good, but I appreciate revamp ones and easy clicks. I'm gonna remake those videos after more changes are finalized, to be honest. And I'm gonna remake them once I have more things built up. I don't have enough stuff built up, and I'm not making videos about cheeses either. I just, because then when they change it, because if we're being real, there's a 90% chance that most of that stuff that people are doing right now is gonna get adjusted. And like, I'm almost certain of it. I'm almost certain of it, because the way people are building their supports even right now, they're going with like the revelation route. They're going to change that. I'm almost certain they're going to change it. Like, I don't think it's intended for Freya to be one-shotting people in like even PvP. Like they're like kind of specific to like units. Like they've always been sticklers when it came down to units having roles. Okay. That's one thing I will say they've been very consistent on. If a unit starts to do too much outside of their role, they're gonna get nerfed. I'm just letting you guys know that's happening. Like it's gonna happen. Yeah, units they like their units to have very clear identities. That is why Tiamat got nerfed. Like they say they couldn't have her be the way she was, because she literally could DPS you, could tank, she could heal her team. She was actually making healers useless, actually. Unless she was paired with Sania, which the purpose of pairing her with Sania wasn't even really so much for the heal. It was so that she could, like, you know, just be busted and like continue to purify, because she was I guess bugged or whatever she was. So he said that's why I'm not falling for the revelation hype, so I know it's gonna get nerfed. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of waiting a little bit, and I'm trying to flesh out my builds first. Because the thing is, we don't have access to a test server, so I can't really flesh out current stuff and just drop the videos. Everything would be super half-baked. I'm not even farming Infernal yet. So I don't feel like I would really be doing a service by putting out videos showing stuff for like, this is how you should be building them, or like how they should be built at the end. Like, he said I put Revelation on green. Is it Kazuya? Oh, Kazuya, and she smacked Doki single-handedly. So I know it's not, that's not intended. Yeah, and because of the promise that they just made, they're not touching it right now. But as soon as that window of opportunity presents itself, Revelation is first on the chopping block. Now, I want to make it a point, guys. Every time we have said something was going to get nerfed, it has. And with valid reasoning. Like, with valid reasoning every single time. Like, every single time. We already knew. Like, before they even dropped the patch notes, we knew exactly what units were getting adjusted. It was no-brainer. Like, we knew Kraken was going to get adjusted. We knew Marvel was going to get adjusted. Like, we knew that. It wasn't a surprise. So when we seen it, we were like, oh, okay. Like, it made sense. Are people building their supports with crit for the revelation? Yes, they are. Like, they absolutely are. Is another Animus CC said he would want Rev to work different from PvE to PvP. Thoughts? I mean, to be honest, I think that to me, I think for what it's worth, that kind of goes into the wants and needs of what the devs want to do. If they were to start doing things separate like that, that would be more work for them. I don't know if that's something that they're down to do, which is why I think across the board they try to do the patching to where the effect of what something is also the same effect in PvP. I would like that to be the case, but I also know that would be something that would require them to have to do more. And that, you know, now we're talking about, are they willing to do that? I don't know. Personally, I just don't know. But would it be cool if they did it like that? I wouldn't mind it if they had the pet work different. But it was a lot of things that we brought up before. People are already having a hard time understanding the game now. So as soon as you start doing things like, hey, this pet does this in PvP, but it doesn't do this in PvE, and it does this completely different thing, like, I mean, like that's like, I don't know, man. Like it ends up becoming information overload as well. He said the community complaining is why we got to deal with busted pet PvP cause and effect. Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, because now they locked into what they said. So yeah, they're not gonna touch it, and people are having a miserable time dealing with that crap. Like they just are. You said they will have an outrage. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, yeah, a lot of people now are upset because the revelation thing and how PvP, like, there's like people have been having messaged me and they're like, dude, PvP sucks right now. And I'm like, well, we can't do anything because they already told players they're not touching anything. So I'm like, there's nothing that can be done now. You said max HP, true damage is not good, but I feel like going the HSR route and having it do true damage based on the percentage of the damage the wearer deals might work. I don't know, because the problem with HSR and using anything from HSR is PvE only. So it's like there's certain things you can do. Like, I mean, I don't know. They would have to figure something out with that. Like you said, Revelation would count as a game breaking. No, I mean, not necessarily. It could actually be. It could be as is, but once it starts to affect the game differently, I think here's the other thing too, right? The problem is this: they can't touch something that people are using to do competitive stuff now, because they said they weren't going to touch something that people were taking advantage of for competitive reasons. So I don't think it's a bug. I just don't think it was tested in PvP. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. So I literally say it's not a bug. It's no one tested it. Yeah, 1000%. Because you got to think about this too. And this is just full transparency. We couldn't test, and this is why I said to people, I said, guys, there's certain things I can answer because I tested it. And then there's certain things I can't answer because there was no real way to see the interaction. And then for all we know, some things also shifted in between release and the last beta as well. So there's that. But the other thing is that Revelation was one of the latter pets that was added into the game. So Revelation was only up for for that beta for 2 weeks, right? So being able to test the interaction for that, getting to the in-game point of being able to farm that, there wasn't a lot of people that was farming that to even really know, let alone having the levels to unlock it. Because in that beta, a lot of people just dropped off. So there was a lot of reasons as to why people just didn't get to it. So that's that, right? He said, and if it gets fixed, the community and Shido mains will riot. Said it would be funny if it was after the anima reconfigure. Yo, but that's the thing. If you think about it, they have yet to actually touch a pet or a character. That's the thing that everybody keeps confusing. They have not touched a pet or a character yet. What they touched was dungeons, not the pet or the character, the dungeon. So it was the interaction of the dungeon to the character. So the character can't dot there anymore, or the character couldn't steal the buff anymore. It was the interaction. So it was never the character themselves that got nerfed. It just fixed the interaction. So that's why I said they're in a weird spot because of the stuff that's happened at this point. And if I'm being real, if I was in their position, I wouldn't want to touch none. Listen, we just got y'all to kind of sort of be quiet. I ain't about to touch nothing until we get to that window and we got all rights, because we already told y'all that's what we doing. leave us be. I ain't saying nothing to you, right? I ain't touching nothing. I ain't looking at nothing. Like, y'all have fun. I'll be back later. Like, that's what I feel like where it's kind of at. It's an issue is that RT seasons last months and the devs are also constantly bringing new content too. But that's why I said it's going to be one of those things where it's kind of like assessing a scenario, right? Because a lot of people are just going to build into it. And the thing is that then they're like, well, we don't want to change it because it's also going to change or affect right now what people are also doing in PvE. So that's the other thing. Because again, if they go and they touch it, they're gonna also have to do something for the PvE, because it's not just Revelations operating the way it is in PvP, it's operating the way it is in PvE too. So it's like if they want to adjust it, they gotta like they gotta figure out something there, right? So that's why I said they're gonna have to decide what they want to do, because it's either you just change the whole interaction altogether, or they're gonna have to maybe make a separation between the two. but I don't think they're gonna do it right now. Said people complaining put us in a tricky situation where we won't have any changes for 3 months. So I've seen this story play out before. Soon people will be crying for more updates. It's possible. It said exactly how they should approach a community wanted to be trying to. He said it definitely hurt people. Clears to fix it. Yeah, and that's what I mean. So that's why I said it's kind of like now we're on the other spectrum of the scenario when it comes to like changes. Players are kind of like, hey, I kind of think we need this, and it's like, well, I mean, I don't know now. It's true. It's not much difference if Freya is nuking you first with Revelation or Messiah. I mean, hey, pick your poison. Who you want to get beat by, Freya or Messiah? You know. Is there anything that feels needed is bad game design? Wait, what do you mean by anything that feels needed is bad game design? So yeah, pretty sure their approach will make everything worse instead of making the bad stuff good. Well, I think you said you're dead either way. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. Like Freya going first is just kind of scary anyway, regardless if she's actually doing damage. I could agree to that, because if my Freya goes before you, yeah, have fun. Yeah, definitely have fun. He said, I don't care what you need for PvE. This is PvP, and if PvP isn't fun, this game is completely baseless. So let's be so for real. Well, that's the thing, though, guys. Like this is why I said that. This is where things kind of get pushed, and I mean, I don't know who said it, but the developers themselves have never claimed that this game is a PvP only game. They've never said that, like ever. I explained to you what they said. They said that they wanted there to be just as much because that was a question that was asked because players were like, well, it's just PvP. I don't want to play it. They clarified that they wanted this game to have just as much viability in PvE as PvP. They just so happen to want to lean into esports as well. So they want both is really what they want. So that's why I think even down to the Inferno being God tier, God send, clap you out the sky is why it's set like that. Cause they want challenging content. And they mentioned that. They were like, yeah, we're gonna have stuff that's like kind of beating the brakes off of you. But it is a very ambitious goal. It is a lot. I'm not gonna negate that part. It is a very, very ambitious goal. I agree. But that's what they said. So that's why I have never said to anybody like, yeah, this is just a PvP game. Because it's not. It has elements that mirror some of the games that we like, right? Like E7s or the Summoner Wars and stuff like that. But I think that's why it's kind of like this weird thing with them trying to nerf stuff, because they're like not just thinking about just PvP. They're thinking about PvE too. Because the thing that they're looking at, from what at least I've gathered, is they're also considering people that don't really care about PvE or PvP at all. Because that's going to be a big portion of the player base as well. Like people that just want to play PvE and do challenge content and stuff like that. It's like people are so used to autoing. Yeah, they are. You said those are two different audiences. It'd be very tough to keep them both happy. Oh yeah, no, I agree. I'm not saying anything like to support that it'll be easy to like at all. I just, well, it was kind of pushed like that or presented by a lot of people that it's just a PvP game, but the devs themselves never said it. It kind of goes into the same thing with the whole 2 times event. Like it was just like, oh, we see these things and this is what they're kind of pushing. Like, oh, they have these esport tournaments, so it got to be a PvP game. And they're just like, well, no, like we had our betas, we let you guys like skyrocket through everything PvE so that you could test it and have fun and like try it out. And then we end off every beta with a PvP tournament. That's kind of how they did it. And that was just really for the sake of like whatever they wanted to do, you know, for them to like kind of get themselves acclimated into the esports scene early. That's why they were doing them so early in the betas. But yeah, I mean, yeah, changing that. I mean, dude, yeah, like, and it's not even just so much about the changing to the pet, that it's like now you gotta like assess the fact that people already went and farmed the pet too. So man, it's like that's why I said like I'm like, bro, I don't even know. Like it's just like I've never played a game where they wanted both PvP and PvE to be like super relevant. It's always been one or the other. Like to be honest, because I think the PvP aspect is a bigger draw since there's so many mainstream PvE. Yeah, I think that's definitely something that maybe they'll reassess and say like, well, because I think that sometimes is important too, because sometimes your community will tell you what they want your game to be, and sometimes that also will be where the money is, right? So kind of like how some games kind of save themselves. For example, I remember Outer Plane. Outer Plane was like, hey, we want to be this type of turn-based game, right? And they were like, we're going to add more guy characters. They were making all these promises. We're going to add more guy characters and all this stuff. That didn't make them no money. But as soon as they put out their first big booba character, that really was like a big booba character, and it made them a ton of money, they were like, oh, is this what players want? And from the rest is history. the rest is history. That's all you get now in that game. You get nothing but boobs. That's it. Every bro, they have not released one character that does not have big boobs in that game. Like, swear to God. Like since they found out it makes them money, they were like, that's all we have to do. And that's literally all they release now. And so that's why, like, sometimes it happens that way. That's why I always tell people, I'm like, hey man, you gotta kind of be careful what you wish for, because like sometimes games will shift and then it goes into a place where it's like, dang, like that isn't what the game was supposed to be. You said now explain Dislight and the one dude you were yeah, Dislight is just different. I don't know. He said a true voting with your wallet moment. He said they made it so the boobs are half the body weight. Yeah, it's like abnormal. They're on that oh my god, there's a freaking anime game that's like that, where the characters are literally all boob. Why do I want to call it Phantasma or something like that? I can't remember the name of it. But it's still out. It's like an old gacha. It gotta be almost 10 years old now. It has to be. No, not Brown Dust. It's old. It's old. You said, I love Outer Plane. Bro, and listen, I'm not saying that to say that there's an issue. Like, you love Outer Plane. You love Outer Plane, right? No, not Destiny's Child. It's like a fighting game. It's like a fighting gacha game. I can't think of it. But the characters have they're just unnatural boobs in that game. Like, it makes zero sense. It's like, but it derived from an anime. I can't remember the name of it, and I'm almost certain the girls are like ninjas or something like that. It's not Dead or Alive. I can't think of the name of it, man. Serene Karuga? I don't think it's that. Hold on. I'm pretty sure it's a Taimanian. Yeah, whatever that's called. You said it came from hentai? Oh, damn, well. He was like, I'm gonna say that's a hentai game. Yo, I'm dead. He said, hey, listen, I'm gonna be real with y'all. I'll keep it a buck. I've never watched that shit in my life. So I don't know where it came from. I thought it was an anime. But if it's hentai, hey, I didn't know it was hentai, bro. I thought it was a freaking anime, yo. I thought it was on like some like what's that witch show? Witchblade? I thought it was on something like that. He said, yeah, man, hentai is life, hentai is love, I'm dead. He said, look it up with your wife, said movie time, I'm dead. Yeah, nah, I'm not even into that. I'm not, I promise you I'm not. He said, we all know what Zox is really watching, I'm dead. He said, I envy you, I wish I could forget what an ugly bag. Yo, what? He said, I know exactly what you talking about. Yo, bro, like, cause that's the crazy thing is like, I'm like familiar with stuff. Like I might have seen like I've seen it before, but I've never watched it. Like I didn't know it was a hentai, bro. I'm gonna be real. I would tell y'all if I knew it was a hentai. I wouldn't even lie about that. You said I was trying to figure out how people at EOG knew the characters, and I Googled it. Oh damn. Well. He said, don't, it's crazy. He said, nah, that's hentai all the way. Damn. Yo, bro, but what's crazy is I've only ever known it to be a gacha game. And in the gacha game, it's literally it's just a game. Like it's not like full nudity or anything like that. So I mean I always just was like, yo, this is mad like crazy. Like why is this game just like this? Like that's just how it is. He said, I don't know. I said, I didn't know it was a hentai either. I don't know who told me. Yo, I'm dead. You said, any idea when you start doing account reviews? Said like the good old days, bro. I'm probably gonna do them. I'll probably start them up after all this like shenanigans with Persona, because we got Persona coming out, and then we also got Silver and Blood. So I know I was gonna have people. There was people like, dude, I've had a ton of people reach out to me and like, dude, I'll pay you to. I'm like, bro. I'm like, bro, I don't even know. I'm like, what do you need help with? Like, I'll just help you. You said, is that a personal or with Persona gacha game? Yeah, Persona PX5. Yeah, that's coming out. Yeah, PX5 is coming out. You said, I think it started as a visual novel. Did it? Wait, Brown Dust is a hentai too? I didn't know that. I've only known Brown Dust to be a gacha game. I never knew that. You said, I'm pretty excited for Chaos. Oh yeah, Chaos Zero Nightmare is gonna be pretty sick too. It looks really good. It does look really good. I will say, I'm gonna try that 1000%. We're gonna be covering Etheria. We're doing Persona on this channel, and then we're also doing we'll definitely try out Chaos Zero Nightmare. He said Brown Dust is not hentai. Oh, it's only a gacha? Oh, okay. Oh, it's talking about type. Oh, okay, got you. It's like Fate was also a hentai novel, and now it's a big franchise. That I did hear about. So anytime someone brings up Chaos Zero Nightmare, so I'm not into chibis, but well, you know what I like about that game is that they play around with different art styles. He says, Zox got my sister giving me dirty looks, dropping the word. Yo, appreciate you for that. Appreciate you for the super chat. He said, dropping the word hentai every minute. Yeah, my bad. Sorry. Well, is there a substitute word for that? Is there a substitute word? Adult cartoons. Eastern adult cartoons, you know? Yeah, dude. Yeah, totally didn't know that was a Eastern adult cartoon. Oh yeah. We didn't know that was Eastern sophisticated art and moving motion with jiggle physics. He said mature anime. like, yo, bro. He said we call it off-brand anime. Ooh, that's good. All right, chat. That's what we're gonna use. We're gonna call it off-brand anime, or we can call it great value anime. That's that's off-brand. Yo, we can call it great value anime. It's I don't like chibis, but some chibi art is very high quality, so I'm willing to give Chaos Nightmare a shot. Yeah, I mean, honestly, Mary, like that's the thing. Like for me, like I'm not really too into like chibi stuff really at this point now, because there was a whole era of that in gacha. But I like the medium of what like they're doing. It's kind of reminded me a little bit of New Moon. I'm not sure if any of you guys know what that game is. I was playing that game on the CN server, and then they announced they weren't coming to global, so that was just sad. But New Moon, and it uses some of the same like kind of art style approach that JJK Phantom Parade does. So I like kind of liked how it had those different angles with the characters, and then you get different animation shots and stuff like that. I thought that was really cool. So yeah, you said, damn, I like the aesthetics of New Moon. Yeah, New Moon is fire, dude. New Moon is so sick. And I think from what I've heard, all the players said the story is amazing too. So I was like, man, like I wish they would be coming to global sooner, but it's Fellow. Well, it was New Moon, and then the translation was New Moon and then Fellow Moon. Yeah, you're right. It is Fellow Moon. You're right. It is Fellow Moon. Because when I had last looked at it, I guess they started going by Fellow Moon. Yeah. It was both, which was weird, but yeah, it is Fellow Moon, I think, for sure. He said, New Moon broke his heart and his channel died for it. Yo, yeah, hey, listen, the channel coming back to life with Silver and Blood now. Bro, my first video back on Silver and Blood was like 2-3K. I was like, dang, that's crazy. I wasn't expecting that at all. Yeah, I was not expecting that at all. And yeah, that was pretty cool. Yeah, like my last video hit like 1K. So like, bro, like it's building up now. It's building up now, you know? We chilling. And that's considering I don't even upload on it like that anymore. So I'm waiting for 7 Nights new game to come to global. Yeah, 7 Nights new game is gonna be fire. I'm gonna try that out on this channel too, to be honest. Like we're gonna be playing all those games. I've quit like everything. Like I kid you not, I don't play. And if I do play, it's casually. So I play WoA casually now, but I quit Triple Z. I quit. What's it called? HSR. Like literally, I like kind of uninstalled like 20 games. Like I don't play anything anymore. I play like all my auto-friendly games right now, and that I actually like, and some of the games I actually really like Last Claudia. I still play JJK. What else do I play right now? Play Raid here and there. And I mainly play Raid because I be trying to do stuff with like to help out with the guild and stuff. So that's the main reason why I still do it. But so I barely touch E7 for dailies, and Guild War feels like a chore now. That's fair. Yeah, I mean like E7 I was gonna start over, but with so many new games coming out, I'm gonna do it when I have time, because I know if I'm going into Persona is its own universe, it's its own game. Then Silver and Blood is gonna be its own game. So we're gonna be gaming, bro. Like that's the thing. You said I play E7, ER, WoA, and Shadowverse. Oh, that's oh yeah, Shadowverse just came out too. You said JJK, Punishing Grey Raven, and Etheria. You said Persona is HSR huge, bruh. You telling me? Like, bruh, 60 gigs. Like, I was like, dog. I was like, bruh, this is like, why? But hey, I know that that's the other versions though. So I don't think it's gonna be like that for our global release, but it's gonna get to there. It's like WoW is too much for me. WoW hates HSR for greedy practices like Robin and Fuxian on back-to-back banners, but they hella quiet the last 2 major DPS that need specific supports. I also think, like, man, I'm gonna be real with you, Tara. A lot of that's like you need to have certain things is just like kind of low-key nonsense too. Like Scion, like, so me and Scion, like I play it casually, but Scion still plays like all the time. He don't do nothing meta. He beats everything in the game. Like it's like it's just like the more optimal push. Like, oh, you gotta have this so you can get the max light damage. Like, bruh, if you good enough and your units are built, you can damn near go in there with anything. Like I'll be honest, because it's the same thing. It was the same thing people were trying to do to me when I first started playing WoA. Oh, you can't beat this with Chishia. You can't beat this with Yang. And I was beating the hardest content when the game first released with those characters, just off of pure skill and squeezing damage. Like, you could make it happen. And now units hit so much damage. Like, I think the new character just came out, and she hits like 1,000,000 damage. Like, bro, what do you need to hit that hard? Like, you know what I mean? Like, there's not that much stuff. So everything that's being added after the fact, sure, but anything before that, you're not like, bruh, it's insanity. You said I just pick whoever I want, and it does it. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, if you've been playing and your stuff is invested, like, you said it doesn't matter who you use anymore. Yeah, everybody's damage ceiling rose. Like, there are some characters that did get kind of left in the dust though, like Gian and some, like, certain units. I do get it. Like, they definitely did leave some units behind, but. So yo, screw anyone who talks bad about Chishia's straight up foes bosses with her. She's fun. Honestly, you said I love science content. Let's take Lily's being overrated for PvE progress. He said hasn't. Well, that's the thing though. They changed it. So I mean that the other thing is too is that what it is that for what it's worth for Lily is a character that is able to enable some stuff. But to be real with you, Lily was not used in any. Which is a fact. She was not used in any comp for endgame, for PvE. She just wasn't. Yeah, that's what I mean. So yeah, I mean, so it doesn't matter. right? Like at that point, like she just wasn't used. That's a fact. Like like I'll sit there and I'll put my hat on the table for that one. It was a fact. Lily was not used for that. If people were re-rolling for Lily, it was with the intent of PvP. It was not for PvE. And that's why a lot of people right now are restarting for Shadow Sania and not Lily. Like he said, that's because they keep trying to keep up with your creators instead of playing for themselves. Yeah, and I mean that's the thing. Like a lot of it, like even now, right? They're not just re-rolling for Lily. They're trying to get Shadow Sanias now. Like, bro, like that's why I said it's like re-rolling to what end, right? So I don't think people expect PvE to be this hard on release though, right? No, it's pretty normal. Like the thing is that like the thing is that most games you like, and this is any game, it doesn't matter how old or new it is, in-game stuff can take about a month, 2 months, depending on what it is, right? And I mean, we're talking about the last difficulty that you ever have to do, and then you're going to be farming that difficulty for like months on months on months on months on months. Yeah, I mean, you like, for me, for what it's worth, I'm enjoying the process, because once you get to it and you're able to do it consistently, you're just going to be doing it all the time. You're going to be doing it all the time. It's like agree to disagree. She functions 10 times better with Lily. Anyone re-rolling wants both, in my opinion. But that's what I'm saying. Now it's more, right? That's what I'm saying. It's more now. It's not just, oh, we just want Lily. Now we need this. I don't think that makes sense to do. It just doesn't. He said, I expect the devs will eventually develop bosses where Lily and Sania will be irrelevant. He said, you said Infernal actually isn't actually hard. You're just getting gear checked now. Yeah, we're getting gear, dude. We're getting gear checked so hard. The thing is that those units allow you they allow you easier access with lower gear. That's all it is. But for the most part, a lot of other teams, if they are clearing it, they have to do it slower. They're just a lot slower as well. So you said these people weren't here for the Wyvern on release, bro. That's what I'm saying. Like it's like that on all games. So by time they go and they catch up. Are they going to catch up? I don't know, but probably not. But by time they go and they do that, and we're going into this 2 times, most of us, I could almost bet you by next week or by after this 2 times, I'm going to be able to do Inferno. I'm just like, because I already can see what I can do. And I'm just like, oh, I need to hit this baseline. The problem is most people have not hit that baseline, and they're upset that they can't do it because they haven't hit the baseline yet. Like, so most of my teams I'm looking at, I'm like, dude, I'm actually like able to actually kind of like low-key do this. I just need to hit the baseline so that I'm not struggling, like taking certain amounts of damage or, you know, not getting rotated to death. You said Lily Asenia, let you beat the hardest content with level 45 units. Can't say devs intended that. I don't think they did either. But I mean, again, this is also considering that like Shadow Sania is probably the most nerf unit in the game, like period. She was the first nerf in the game. Like there was actually a few CBTs where she was the only unit that got nerfed. You know what I mean? He said, I remember when we were playing Alchemy Stars, that was hard as fuck in the beginning too. So I missed that game. Oh yeah, dude, yeah, Alchemy Stars, bro. What was it? It took forever. Like you had to really be playing for you to actually flesh out all your attributes and stuff like that. But once you did, remember MVP, the problem that Alchemy Stars ran into was that once you actually fleshed out your account, you didn't need to summon anything else. I remember coming back to the game and not even needing anything because it was just like, well, like my stuff was built. You didn't really need to summon. Like if you had a healer for your fire attribute, you didn't need another healer for your fire attribute. Like you just had that was your healer. Like there was some that did like certain gimmicks and other things a little bit more differently, but it wasn't like really required. You could still get through content. It was like more so I'm pulling characters that I really like or I think is really, really cool. So it got to that point for a lot of accounts where it was like, well, I don't even really need anything anymore. And that's kind of what happens anyway. When you get to a certain point in the game, you're not really summoning for needing to complete things. You're trying to fill like niche or things. So like say it's PvP, now you're pulling for a unit because you want to do more cleave stuff or you want to do more counter bruiser stuff, right? So that's that. They should have scaled their units. Yeah, I mean, Alchemy Stars, man, was a really good game. It was fun. It was. It says, so now I just farm health 4 on everything in Gear Tune. Every day it gets easier. That is what's supposed to be that's what we're supposed to be doing. Said, and what we suggested back in the beginning before everyone started boosting themselves too fast, and the game basically is saying now go farm. Yeah, that's actually what it is. It is. It's 1,000% that. So I don't think like the idea, like everybody's like, well, within 2 weeks we all should be doing this. No, I don't think we should. I just think that it's like in any game, like there's always those characters that just kind of are the characters that they are. And if you have them, you have them, and it allows you to be able to do X thing, right? Maybe a little bit earlier, but yeah, I feel like after this 2 times, which actually is probably speeding up the progress actually for a lot of people. If you use this 2 times right, I'm pretty sure people are gonna have good enough gear to really skyrocket their account. We're gonna revisit this after the 2 times and see how people feel if they need a Shadow Seigneur or not. I like you said they're not gonna use it right. That's probably true. But I'm gonna use it right, and I'm gonna show people what my account gonna look like after this 2 times. Because the thing is that I literally, because that's the problem. A lot of units aren't built. Like a lot of your stuff not built, whether it be gear, shells, whether it be levels, whatever it may be, your units aren't really that built. So the thing is that when you're even looking at the units that are doing X thing, these are also the units that don't really need nearly as much investment to properly build up like DPS. Like Shadow Seigneur doesn't need to be built crazy for her to do what she does. That's why she's so good. It's not because it's not like she's doing this stuff on an end game build, right? Like, because that would be one thing. Like, it would be like, all right, cool. Shadow Seigneur just need to go. She just needs to take a turn. And really, honestly, even with Lily, she's just enabling that. That's it. So, like, when you're really talking about what she's doing, it's not necessarily like she's not using the crit damage buff. She's not using any of the stuff that a DPS would be using. She's using all the things that are just really there to enable her to get more turns. And so it's just the interaction. Somebody was like, ooh, this is cool, smart interaction. There we go. This is the same thing that we're getting with the Vice though, right? People are being aware, the artisans, like these are just interactions that we're now seeing and that we're talking about now. This isn't so much so that Lily is just this like unit that's destroying the game. She just has, that's just her gimmick, and it just so happens that it interacts well with those characters to get them to do their specific thing better. But when you start looking at now, you got your DPS built right, you got your supports actually supporting and they can tank, and they're also rotating right. You're hitting those speeds, which in reality, when I'm looking at it, like how much longer is it going to take for people to get to like that 270, 280 baseline? I don't think it's going to take long. Really, where in-game is going to be is trying to be over that, trying to get over 200 into the, I would say the 300 speed range. Trying to get to that ballpark is where you're really going to start having like that's where the real min-maxing is going to begin, because I don't feel like a lot of people, like you're not just going to be waking up and getting pieces to roll plus 18. Yeah, that's kind of the thing. Like, so I feel like you're gonna get more than not. You're gonna start building up, getting some plus 5s, plus 8s. Like you're gonna start seeing those a lot more often. It's just also gear accessibility and how fast people are actually swapping off of stuff. I know for a fact, like people didn't grind a whole bunch of epic gear or outstanding gear. They just tried to shift into the next thing, and it was like, dang, I can't clear this. Yeah, you don't really have any of the previous foundation stuff grinded to really go up yet. And once I kind of started handling that issue, now, like today was my first time I tried doing Doki 4. And my team just was able to do it. Like, because I just been working on stuff little by little. So like, despite the comp, my gear still is progressively gotten better. My speeds have gotten better. I've been tuning everything a little bit more. And even with that, like people were like talking about my comp. I'm like, bro, I'm using epic pets. Like, I'm like, that's still like, again, another thing. Like not all characters need mythic pets to be able to work in a comp. That it helps. It's nice if you can do it, but it's not necessarily required, especially when you're doing some of those initial workup stages. You say, yeah, getting speed in this game is a lot easier to get. So getting high speed isn't going to be that hard, but the gap is going to be huge, I feel. Yeah, it is. He said, Imagine Charger said, get 5 units with plus 15 outstanding gear. I mean, to be real with you, that probably would have helped a lot of people. That's actually what we're pushing more for right now. I don't want them to necessarily have missions, like not that extensive. Like I would want them to have a mission that says like build up 1 unit with all plus 15, right? Let's say that, right? But instead of it giving what it gave, which it was like something stupid, it was like Etheria coin. Like, what is that doing, right? I'd rather it say for like, if you're farming Terra Matan, let it give a person a full set of onslaught, right? And it doesn't even have to be max plus 15, but it could be plus 12, or it could be plus 15, right? It could be a full set that's made for a DPS. And then that's something that you can actually equip or use. Right? Maybe not the most optimal subs, but it's usable subs so that you can actually build up a character or build up a DPS, right? Because the thing is that what we've been getting is we've been getting pieces of a set. So we've been getting a module. Like, you know, like you get a mod and it's not even gonna be a good one. We're just gonna give you a mod, right? So like that's kind of like the spoon feeding there. But I'm like, if you give players like actual sets, and again, it doesn't have to be mythic, just simply outstanding. Outstanding is more than enough to actually make it to where you can start doing more of your mythic stuff. Like that's the baseline. You know, like have a good outstanding set on a character. That's your baseline to start working on. Now you're shifting into your 2 matrix bonus mythic pieces and etc. Right? You said, so like how E7 did with their track and gave us the 78 crit damage set. Yeah, I mean those are all things that like I don't think would hurt the game. It would actually it would make it much more of a seamless process for people to learn. You don't have to give them the best gear, but you could at least give them something so that it helps them with being able to kind of understand what they need to do, how they can kind of progress, stuff like that. You said, I mean, I have 10 plus speed gear, epic gear, but your ass, I'm using that. Yeah, nah, for real. Yeah, 10 plus speed on a piece. Yeah, you're using that still. You said, does the battle wheel work exactly? Will Rahu and Rosa be able to trigger it on their assists or hits, or is it in their active turn autos? Huh? Wait, in their assist hit? No, it won't trigger on their. So wait, you're saying. Wait, assist hits from what though? Wait, I'm confused what you're asking. You're saying so battle wheel is based off of when someone attacks, if I'm not mistaken, right? Am I tripping? Right? So battle wheel, boop. After the Animus uses an attack skill, there's a 20% chance to follow up attack on the main target. So the thing with that is that like on their assist attack, they're not the one attacking first. That Animus, after the Animus, is the Animus that's actually going. It's the Animus that's going. They can then follow up attack the main target. So it's when they go. So that's why it works on like you use that in conjunction to what Rosa does. Rosa will, when someone crits, has a chance to follow up, but then when she goes, she has a chance to also follow up herself again because of battle wheel. That's where you get like the crazy, that's where the battle wheel build comes in with Rosa. Because otherwise, if it was just like follow-up attacks, battle wheel proccing on that would be like beyond busted. It would be broken actually. Because Rosa by herself she can follow up quite a bit. And to be real, that's insane. But this doesn't proc unless she is attacking in her own turn. So she attacks in her own turn, you have the battle wheel proc. But if it's outside of her turn, that's when her passive is proccing, right? So that's kind of where you can get that. Now the other thing with this set though is I don't think there's a cap on it. That's one thing I will say is there's no cap. So if it's your turn and that you hit that 20%, it could pull a Lily real quick, and now you done used it 3 times. Like yeah, you done used it 3 times. That's how Lily's skill works. Because Lily has basically it's not a battle will, but it's an extra chance to go. And she says like 20% chance. And yeah, she can go like 3 times in a row, and it actually cools her down every time because it's her turn. That's the craziest thing about Lilith. Sorry, not Lily. Lilith. Yeah, battle will could go infinitely technically if it procced on assist follow-ups. Yeah, that's only, and that's why I said terminology is kind of important as well. But I also have tested it too. So you say, yeah, shout out to Neil with that set. Don't need any more or need anyone. Yeah, for sure. He said, does Battle Will work with Bramble? It can, because the thing is that what Bramble is based off of is when you get hit. So there's 2 different interactions happening. So you have to you're getting hit versus you attacking. So you can. So it's 2 different interactions though. And like even with Bramble is what, 25% chance to counterattack with a basic attack. So yeah, you can. You said wait, you said is it Bramble different from Rahu? You said how is Bramble different from Rahu? I mean, well, we're talking about like Rahu's Rahu doesn't have I don't think he has a innate follow-up. Yeah, I don't remember that being a thing. Hold on. At 3 stacks. Yeah, he doesn't have a. Oh, he does have an assist. It's in Wrath. Okay, yeah, it's in Wrath. So okay, so Bramble, yeah, Bramble's when you get hit. Okay, that's what was confusing me. Bramble's when you get hit. Wrath is what follows up. It's an assist. So that's when an ally attacks. Bramble is when you get hit. That's the difference between the 2. So usually what you build Rahu on is a Bramble. You can go like Unbreakable Bramble, for example, or you could do like Bloodbath Bramble. That's going to allow him to be able to, when he gets hit, he's going to be able to retaliate. But then also when his allies are going, there's a chance for him to follow up after them. So it gives you more opportunities to defense break because that's what a skill 1 does. You said, are these both not classified as assists? No, they're not assists. If I'm counterattacking, that's not an assist. An assist means I am partnering up with someone to do something. A counterattack means you slap the crap out of me and I slapped you back. It's a counter. When you watch, have you ever watched boxing before? They don't say when a boxer gets hit and he hits him back with a right hook. Like say he takes a hook and he hits him back with a right hook. They don't call that a assist punch. They call that a counter punch because he's taking a hit and giving one. Like the full counter from 7 Deadly Sins, right? Like that's where that comes from. So assist is I'm following you to do something. A counter is you hit me, so I'm hitting you back or I'm retaliating. So you said you said, does Lily with Bramble proc the assist effect when she counters? Ooh, that's a good question. I haven't tested her on Bramble. I have not tested Lily on Bramble, so I can't answer that 100%. But that's definitely worth testing, to be honest. Yeah, I haven't tested her on Bramble. But if she did, that would be kind of busted. I'm not gonna lie, they would have to nerf that. You said she doesn't? Oh, somebody already tried? Bro, yeah, hey, listen, that would be kind of busted though, because she has a 100% chance to assist, get assist follow up. So that would just be kind of nasty. I mean, if she could do that, that would just be way too much. You said I can answer you that she doesn't. Oh, okay, yeah, because like, it makes sense. I just didn't think about it, but yeah, if she could do that, man. They would nerf her. I'm sorry, they would nerf, or at least they would at least nerf that interaction. It said, you have a planned team for Inferno, Nico? No, I haven't even planned a team yet. not even a thought. I haven't even planned anything yet for Inferno. What I'm really, and I'm not that I'm not planning, but really what I'm trying to do is get my base speeds. Once I get my base speeds, I'll know what else I need to tweak, and then kind of go from there. Yeah, that's kind of how it's gonna, that's how I kind of been approaching it. Wait, hold on. Oh damn, I gotta check on them. You saw auto attack affects proc though, like defense down on the counter. Wait. You saw auto attack affects proc though, like defense down on the counter. Yeah. Whatever the skill does, it still applies. So if like you push back turn meter, you still push back turn meter, right? Like it's whatever the skill does still applies. Yeah, I do, Lonzo. I'm about to head out now. Bro, listen, we always get into this, man. Like, chat, we start talking about random stuff. Then we start talking about the game again. Then we start, like, man, we always do this. We always do this. Hold on, guys. Let's see if we can, we're going to try to raid somebody today. Ravashu is actually averaging, okay, I see you, brother. Averaging 100 people a stream. That's what we like to see. Hold on. All right, yeah, guys, we're gonna raid somebody. We're raid Ravashu. All right, yeah. So I'll probably be taking a break tomorrow, man. Yeah, you guys probably won't see me tomorrow, but you will see me the 21st. You will see me on the 21st. So you won't see me tomorrow. I'm gonna take a break. Spend some time with Miss Zox because this will be her first time back home after like almost 2 weeks. And yeah, we'll be getting into some new content going into next week. I'm gonna try to have some stuff going out for next week, so it's gonna be pretty lit. And yeah, man. You said I'll be grinding with you, Phil. Yeah, man. We'll be grinding. Probably be a little bit of a lengthier stream, or it might be about the same time. We'll see. But yeah, we'll be grinding. But yeah, guys, we're gonna go ahead and raid Ravashtu. I don't even know what he's doing right now, but hey. There's good vibes in there. So, all right, guys, we're gonna start the raid. All right, let's see. I'm going over to Ravashu. All right, we're gonna drop this power bomb on him real quick, and yeah. But yo, YouTube chat, I appreciate you guys as always. Y'all stay blessed, man. I'll catch you guys later. You say you need a few people in the Zox Academy. Oh, guys, if you need a union, join my Discord, okay? We do have unions like recruiting and filtering people out, so make sure you guys join, all right? I'm going to try to help you too, Ryan. We'll get some more people in there. But all right, guys, you guys take it easy. Everybody stay blessed, man. Shout out to those of you guys on the Twitch as well. Let Vavashu know I sent you and I had to head out. But yeah, guys, everybody stay blessed, man. I'll catch you guys later. All right, guys, peace.